Frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. In the cold of the clay, lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise, the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Will be oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The snowdrop is waking, the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
mountain, the iron is still, bound by the frost runes and winter's own will. Old Ymir is dreaming in temples of glass, waiting for shadows of ages to pass. Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of gold, turning the silver to rivers of gold. The rhyme giants slumber, the story is told. The wolf age is fading, the high winds subside. The thaw is a river, a bone-chilling tide. From the roots of the world tree, the sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
Isa is breaking, Soilo is waking. From the iron wood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of gold, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep. Under the weight of the silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain. Of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to leave the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the branch for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. In the cold of the clay, lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The snowdrop is waking, the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
gnarled tree. The sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
Isa is breaking, Soilo is waking. From the ironwood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of coal, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep. Under the weight of the silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist. And
Welcome back, my friends. Let me turn on the music. Here we. Oh, it's not letting me turn on the music. Hang on.
its mantle.
We are. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to listen to me and the music super loud because it just doesn't want to turn down. Hang on. What is the deal? Okay,
Rise
works for
from
that
the
one.
deep.
Okay, there we go. Nicely done. Figured it out. We're going to pause that. Bring you back up. Get some sounds rolling in the background. There we go. All right, welcome back, my friends, to day 3 of the Read-A-Thon. Welcome in, my friends. Sage, hello, finally caught you all. I don't get the alerts anymore for some reason. Blame it, it's quite alright, Sage. The platforms tend to be very, very temperamental. I forgive you. I love this music. Where can I find it? It is stock music from the lady. Apparently she's putting together a playlist for you guys to go and be able to listen to. That'll be available, I guess, over in the guild when it is done and ready.
Discord guy.
Yeah, get in Discord, which we call the guild. Yes, yes. Okay. That is all done. That is all done. You guys will have to forgive me. We got a little bit behind today because I was working on today's story time and things just went a little bit. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I've been working non-stop. Let me give it a watch right now. Because you guys were talking about Peyton Parrish yesterday. The playlist rocks. I'm glad that you like it. I am here and also on Twitch. Well, thank you, Jessica. I appreciate the support. I'm glad that you're back for another day of story time. the support for the Read-A-Thon has been spectacular, and it looks like you guys have already been at 20 over on Twitch for a while, so we're already going to be at 3 hours for today. Santana, hello, welcome in. I'm sorry, I forgot to say hello to everybody. So we have Santana, we have Bethany, we have Herring, we have the Bear. I will have to duck out soon and get last minute things done before tomorrow's journey. All right, Bear, well, just be safe, my friend. We also have Rain, we have Jody, the Emeralds Lady, we also have Tyson, we have Maddie, we have Destiny, we have Erin, we have Minnesota Girl, we have Gunnar. We have Teresa. I think I already said Teresa. I think I caught everybody there. And then over on the YouTube portal, we have Sage and Falling Crow. Excellent. And then, of course, we've got Jessica and Hannah over on the TikTok portal. Welcome in, my friends. It's good to see you all. That's all right, Molly. I am late as well, so you're actually on time. I was running behind today, so I'm not going to make a habit out of. Let's see. We have. I think this was posted in the law room. Wait, who said what? I'm sorry to hear that, Santana. Is he doing... He's recovering pretty well? Well, good. Glad to hear it. Ads in 5 already, little bastards. We're going to snooze those for a minute. Because I told Bethany I'd listen to this song and I didn't get to listen to it last night. Maybe? Perhaps? I could have sworn that it was in here. Or is it in the common room? It is in the common room. Okay, I was looking in the wrong place. So let's see. Well, no, that's Top Heroes. I don't want to listen to Top Heroes. So yeah, I'll probably get, I don't know if I'll get copyright stuff for this shit. Marina, hello, good to see you. So it is interesting. It's reminding me of this, hang on. And I already got copyright struck for this song once, so I'm risking my neck here. I'm risking the whole of the tavern to play this song. But it reminds me of this song. Yeah, let me skip a little bit in so you guys can actually hear the song. Ah. Say again?
You know they'll do something about it, so just share it in the Discord.
Oh, alright, sorry, yeah. Okay, sorry. Well, I don't want to just share. Okay, I'm gonna risk our entire career, our whole channel, just so you guys can hear this song. All right, here we go. I don't think it'll be that bad. The episode might get pulled down, but that's okay.
No, it's not.
It's fine.
What's the point
It's
of,
fine. It's fine.
like,
It's fine.
labeling all these
It's fine.
episodes?
It's fine. It reminds me of this song. Okay, well, I'm gonna let it play for just a minute. Here we go. Okay, all right, that's all I'm gonna play. Because we'll get in trouble. But yeah, that's what the song reminds me of, Bethany. Is that song by Windrose. Happy Old Snakes Day, bro, Jesse. Hello, welcome in, Jessica. Good to see you both. Yeah, all right. Well, I risked it all to get the biscuits. That song is "Diggy Diggy Hole" by Windrose. Aaron, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Destiny, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Emeralds Lady, thank you for the 3-stream streak. And to everybody else who followed recently, welcome in. Jaeger's found himself at the top of the clips leaderboard for whatever he clipped. Oh, he clipped me lifting the boy yesterday. That's what he did. Road to Faith, hello, welcome in. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. I hope that you're all doing well. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Yeah, so that's the song that it was. It's by Windrose. They're like a dwarven metal band. It's very funny. And they have good music. It's funny, but they have good music. I spend all the monies. All right, good. You've spent more than enough monies, Aaron. I appreciate you. I don't know. Diggy Diggy Hole is a bop, Bethany. It's a pretty good, don't get me wrong, the Peyton Parrish one's pretty good. But Diggy Diggy Hole it's a dwarven classic. It's played at dwarven bar mitzvahs, you know? I don't know where that came from. I will bring my sister from another carol in here tomorrow. She's at work tonight. Well, that's absolutely acceptable. Drunken Scotsman is one of my favorites. Drunken Scotsman is a great one. Wesley, hello, hello. Also, happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. How many days do we have for the Read-A-Thon? So right now we're going until Sunday. And that might be as long as we get to go because I have to make a cross-country trip on Monday. So we might be doing this all the way up until when I have to. I mean, you can tell Peyton was having a. You can. He was having a good time. It looked like he was enjoying himself. She didn't know you were doing this. So wait, is she a regular? Is she a regular viewer then, Jody? I thought a dwarven bar mitzvah was. The thought of a dwarf bar mitzvah has me absolutely cackling. Can you imagine dwarves just like lifting other dwarves up on chairs and tossing them in the air? It's very funny. Okay, we're gonna run ads over on Twitch real quick, friends, and then after that we will begin our trek into a very long chapter of The Hobbit. Which, by the way, if today is your first day, we are reading through as much of the Tolkien series as we can get through within the Read-A-Thon. And it should be spectacular. She keeps catching your clips of it. Oh well, wonderful. I'm glad that it's so fun for me when like people say that they watch with their families or that they enjoy the story times with their friends. It fills my heart. Makes the lady feel good too because she's the one. I'm just the pretty face. If it wasn't for all of her hard work behind the scenes, it would just be me mumbling on camera and. Not being able to. Really, I'm not very good at storytelling. It's the magic of editing that makes me seem like I'm really good at it. Hang on, let's see. I think I missed something over on. Petra came in. Hello, Petra. Good to see you. Oh, Sage, it's good for you from a fellow writer. What type of book? You guys are talking about Sage's book. Yeah, Sage has a couple of books that are out. I think you can get them both on Amazon. if I am not mistaken. Castle, you remember how I mentioned that deep consent law in my providence? I've learned insurance policy voids it when you put a price tag on your involuntary status. The hospital's bank, literally, the good faith is only as strong as their insurance policy. Dying from laughter, the health authority's bank account came to my... Yeah, I mean, that's... The buck literally stops at the buck for everything, Matty. That's how it's been throughout all of human history. She's been a friend for years. The joke about being a sister from another Carol is that both her mother and my mother are named Carol. You guys could have your own Batman movie. Because remember, Batman and Superman, they had their moms with us. And you guys can well, you already did. You already had your own Batman movie. There it is. All right, Twitch friends, we're going into an ad. We will be right back. I will see you in your return. Thank you so much. I will be switching between live streams tonight. I appreciate you, Hannah. I'm glad that you're here. Martha, yeah, Martha. I've never heard a doctor's underlying message be basically, how dare you call mom? Yeah, again, that's how it always is. The buck stops at the buck. Whew, all right. It is very warm today, and I decided to wear my big tunic down because I was literally at the bar shooting or getting today's story ready, and then I came down and started doing this. So I'm in my long tunic today, and it is very warm. Going into an ad on Twitch is like going through an involuntary wormhole. Yes, it is. If it was up to me, I would never run ads because, like, one, they don't pay us very well for them anyways, but two, they make us run them so often that it's just not worth it for the viewer. For you guys, it's just not worth it because you end up stuck in like 8-9 minutes of ads every hour. Not every hour. You get 3 minutes of ad every hour, but every stream you end up having to watch almost 15 minutes of ad every story time. And that's just ridiculous to me. Whoa, Jazz, hello. Thank you for gifting you gifted to Minnesota Girl and to Polygon. Thank you so much, love. It's good to see you. Welcome in, Jazz. Happy Read-A-Thon. I hope that you're doing well. Ugh, my back hurts. What did you do? Is it from all of the moving? This is why I'm laughing so hard today. I was so stressed for months, and now I'm like, I can put a price tag on my trauma. $5,000 an hour is starting now. I can have Twitch on my TV, but I have the ads, so I switch here. I hate how much Twitch makes us run ads for things. It's ridiculous. Joker, how goes it, my friend? Good to see you. It's all well. We're on chapter 5 of yes, I believe we're on chapter 5 of The Hobbit, which is Riddles in the Dark. Mike, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome in. Ads are the only reason that I pay for yeah, I mean, which is essentially what they're trying to get you to do. They're trying to get you to pay for their premium services, obviously. YouTube does the same thing. Have I ever mentioned how much I love moving? It's the best thing in the world. It's so much fun. So much fun. I have 2 epic fantasy books self-published and have a 3rd series that's coming out soon with a rough draft of a 4th for the Hermlet, which is the RPG. I have 1 published so far. Cassandra, thank you kindly for the heart me over on TikTok. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated, my friends. Thank you very much. Hippie, hello, good to see you. Okay, looks like ads are done over on the Twitch portal, so that means we can begin. My hand is cramping. I've cut out so many tiny pieces of paper for the kids. I still have so much to do. Caught you while I'm still at work. Well, I'll be very quiet so you don't get caught. Ugh. To the Read-A-Thon, my friends, raise your glasses, fill them up. It's time to begin. Why is the auto mod suddenly Why is Streamlabs Automod on, Lovey? It's... Well, only you would know. It's timing everybody out for a bad language. Well, but I mean, it's never done that before.
We don't really have a lot of people that use bad words.
Huh. I suppose. Yeah. It is odd. Jared, hello! Castle can't stay as I'm hanging out with my parents, but have a good life, mate. Thank you, Jared. It's lovely to see you, my friend. I'm glad that you could drop in. Dr. Pepper count? No Dr. Pepper count today. Slancha Road, Slancha. Alright, friends, it is everyone's favorite chapter where Bilbo finds... Ooh, let's see. Maybe. There we go. Get my face in there. Where Bilbo finds the ring in the dark. I said it's broken. Eye-looking kids are crazy. That's alright, Milo. That's alright. Welcome in. What's the story? The Hobbit? Yes. We are in J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. And we are on chapter 5. And again, it's everyone's favorite chapter because we are at Riddles in the Dark. Voldemort's fifth cousin. It very well could be. Alright, let's begin. Chapter 5 of The Hobbit. Riddles in the Dark. When Bilbo opened his eyes, he wondered if he had, for it was just as dark as when he had shut them. No one was anywhere near him. Just imagine his fright. He could hear nothing, see nothing, and he could feel nothing except for the stone of the floor. Very slowly he got up and groped about on all fours, till he touched the wall of the tunnel. But neither up nor down it could he find anything. Nothing at all. No sign of goblins, no sign of dwarves. His head was swimming, and he was far from certain even of the direction they had been going and when he had... Good Lord, my tongue this evening. And he was far from certain even of the direction they had been going in when he had his fall. He guessed as well as he could, and he crawled along for a good way, till suddenly his hand met what felt like a tiny ring of cold metal lying on the floor of the tunnel. It was a turning point in his career, but he did not know it. He put the ring in his pocket, almost without thinking. Certainly it did not seem of any particular use at the moment. He did not go much further, but sat down on the cold floor and gave himself up to complete miserableness. For a long while he thought of himself frying bacon and eggs in his own kitchen at home, for he could feel inside that it was high time for some meal or other, but that only made him miserabler. He could not think what to do, nor could he think what had happened, or why he had been left behind, or why, if he had been left behind, the goblins had not caught him, or even why his head was so sore. The truth was that he had been lying quiet, out of sight and out of mind in the very dark corner for a long while. After some time, he felt for his pipe. It was not broken, and that was something. He felt for his pouch, and there was some tobacco in it, and that was something more. And then he felt for matches, and he could not find any at all, and that shatters his hope completely. Just as well for him, as he agreed when he came to his senses. Goodness knows what the striking of matches and the smell of tobacco would have brought on him out of the dark holes in that horrible place. Still, at the moment, he felt very crushed. But in slapping all of his pockets, he felt all round himself for matches. His hand came on the hilt of his little sword, the dagger that he'd got from the trolls, and that he had quite forgotten. Nor fortunately had the goblins noticed it, as he wore it inside of his breeches. Now he drew it out. It shone pale and dim before his eyes. Ah, so it's an elven blade too, he thought. And the goblins are not very near, and yet not very far. But somehow he was comforted. It was rather splendid to be wearing a blade made in Gondolin for the goblin wars of which so many songs had sung. And also he had noticed that such a weapon made a great impression on goblins that came upon him suddenly. Oh, asking if Dr. Pepper counts. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, Diego, the clip you took of Everett is the number one viewed clip on the channel right now for this week, or for this month, I guess. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it's the only clip for this month, so you are all the way at the top. Work is always getting in the way. Beauty of Blasphemy, it's good to see you. Hello. Well, we're going to be on for at least 3 hours tonight, so. And if we hit 30 folk over on Twitch, then we'll be on for another hour past that. So you'll have time to get in and join us. Nicholas, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you and His Highness, the rest of the kingdom, are all well. Okay, back here now. How's your day going? And happy St. Patrick's Day. Day's going well, Joker. Day's going well. Just back on the Read-A-Thon again, as you well know. I know, right? Like rude, I'm listening to a story. Where was I? Go back, he thought. No good at all. Go sideways? Impossible. Go forward. Only thing to do. On we go. So up he got and trotted along with his little sword, held in front of him and one hand feeling the wall, and his heart all a patter and a pitter. Now certainly Bilbo was in what is called a tight place. But you must remember, it was not quite so tight for him as it would have been for me or for you. Hobbits are not quite like ordinary people, and after all, if their holes are nice cheery places and properly aired, quite different from the tunnels of goblins. Still, they are more used to tunneling than we are, and they do not easily lose their sense of direction underground, not when their heads have recovered from being bumped. Also, they can move very quietly, and hide easily, and recover wonderfully from falls and bruises, and they have a fund of wisdom and wise sayings that men have mostly never heard or have forgotten long ago. And if Castle rants long enough, we'll be here for 5 hours. I realized after yesterday I need to be very conservative with my ranting, or else we will most certainly not make it to the end of the Read-A-Thon. I will wear my throat out far too quickly if I'm not careful. Georgia, happy St. Paddy's Day. Welcome in. I'm so very glad that you could join us. Grab yourself a seat. We've just started chapter 5. I should not have liked to have been in Mr. Baggins's place all the same. The tunnel seemed to have no end. All he knew was that it was still going down pretty steadily and keeping in the same direction in spite of a twist and a turn or two. There were passages leading off to every side now and then, but he knew by the glimmer of his sword or could feel with his hand on the wall. Of these he took no notice, except to hurry past for fear of goblins or half-imagined dark things coming out of them. On and on he went, and down, and still he heard no sound of anything, except the occasional whir of a bat by his ears, which startled him at first, till it became too frequent to bother about. I do not know how long he kept on like this, hating to go on, not daring to stop, on and on until he was tireder than tired. It seemed like all the way to tomorrow and over it to the days beyond. Suddenly, without any warning, he trotted splash into the water. Ah, it was icy cold. That pulled him up sharp and short. He did not know whether it was just a pool in the path, or the edge of an underground stream that crossed the passage, or the brink of a deep, dark subterranean lake. The sword in his hand shining at all. The sword was hardly shining at all. He stopped, and he could hear, when he listened hard, drops, drip, drip, dripping from an unseen roof into the water below. But there seemed no other sort of sound. So it is a pool or a lake, and not an underground river, he thought. Still, he did not dare wade out into the darkness. He could not swim, and he thought too of nasty, slimy things with big, round, bulging blind eyes wriggling in the water. There are strange things living in the pools and lakes in the hearts of mountains, fish whose fathers swam in goodness knows how many years ago and never swam out again, while their eyes grew bigger and bigger and bigger from trying to see in the blackness. And also there are other things more slimy than fish, even in the tunnels and caves the goblins have made for themselves. There are other things living unbeknown even to them that have sneaked in from the outside to lie up in the dark. Some of these caves, too, go back in their beginning to the ages before goblins, who only widened them and joined them with passages, and the original owners are still there in the odd corners, slinking and nosing about. Melody, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome in. You've marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Temporary calm down has commenced. How is everyone? Darth Nexus, hello, my friend. Welcome in. So glad you could join us. Butterbeer time. Deep down here by the dark water lived old Gollum, a small, slimy creature. I don't know where he came from, nor who or what he was. He was Gollum, as dark as darkness except for two big round eyes in his thin face. He had a little boat, and he rowed about quietly on the lake, for lake it was, wide and deep and deadly cold. He paddled it with his large feet dangling over the side, but never a ripple did he make, not he. He was looking out of his pale lamp-like eyes for blind fish, which he grabbed with his long fingers as quick as thinking. He liked meat, too. Goblin he thought good when he could get it, but he took care they never found him out. He just throttled them from behind if they ever came down alone, anywhere near the edge of the water while he was prowling about. They very seldom did, for they had the feeling that something unpleasant was working down there, down in the very roots of the mountain. They had come on the lake when they were tunneling down long ago, and they found they could go no further. So there their road ended in that direction, and there was no reason to go that way. Unless the great goblin sent them. Sometimes he took a fancy for fish from the lake, and sometimes neither goblin nor fish came back. Darth Nexus, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. Thank you. And the lady's mother says Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. This is my favorite part. This is a great part. And Dark Nexus, thank you for the heart me, my friend. I appreciate you for that. Dragon of the West, hello, welcome in. I'm so very glad that you could make it in to story time, my friend. Okay, where was I? I don't want to be an adult anymore. 8. I want my blanket fort in story time. Well, that's why the tavern is here, so that in between the woes of all of your days and such, you can find a little reprieve from all the woes of adulthood. Alright, where was I? Actually, Gollum lived on a slimy island of rock in the middle of the lake. He was watching Bilbo from a distance with his pale eyes like telescopes. Bilbo could not see him, but he was wondering a lot about Bilbo, for he could see that he was no goblin at all. Gollum got into his boat and shot off from the island, while Bilbo was sitting on the brink, altogether flummoxed and at the end of his way and his wit. Suddenly up came Gollum, a whispered and hissed. Okay, let me see if I can get this. I'm gonna get. Alright, this is gonna destroy your ears, guys. So. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Dragon. It's good to see you. Yeah, I think that let me get through this first page with Bilbo and Gollum, and then we'll do the first giveaway. Because it does look like we're going to do 3 hours today. I think that is where it's going to be. So I think every hour we'll do a giveaway then. All right, hang on. I need to practice my Gollum voice. Give me a sec. Moog, hello and welcome in. One of the barkeeps gonna get a shout out for Moog. A readathon, that's so fun, yes indeed. Thank you for coming in and bringing your friends into the tavern, Moog. Here we go. Let's give you a toot on the raid horn. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Grab a seat, travelers. This is your first time here. I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore, and every now and again I read you all a story. You have stumbled into a tavern at the end of the world where all stories eventually come to rest. And today, we are reading The Hobbit. Actually, this is what we're reading through most of the week. We will be reading every day this week to try and get all the way through as many of the works of the wonderful professor as we can. But today we are in chapter 5 of The Hobbit, and we are so very glad that you could join us. So hecking cozy, what a good pick. Well, Moog, I appreciate you. What were we all doing this evening? What were you all doing today? You were also reading and writing. Are you a writer or are you a reader? The raid horn was echoing in the shop. I'm sorry, Tyson. I hope I didn't get you in trouble. We're reading old sci-fi. Ooh, so like Isaac Asimov old, or what are we talking about for old sci-fi? Are we talking about old like the 80s and 90s, where it's like 1666 old? Well, that is quite old. That's far older than I would have guessed. Majandalin, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. You've marked the tavern on your map, and you should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. What is that all in still readable? That's a very good question. I would be curious as well. Now, that's not. Well, there are some things from around that period that would be well enough. Writing, editing normally, but just relaxing at the moment. Yes, I love being read to. Well, very glad that you found the tavern then. Go ahead and settle in. We are in the midst of a read-a-thon. We're reading every day this week, and we're going to be working our way through the professor's work. Right now, we've just met Gollum, so give me just a moment, because I'm practicing my Gollum voice. I had it yesterday, and I don't have it now, so give me just a moment. All right. Here we go. Everybody cover your ears. This is gonna hurt.
You brought it too. I gotta make you some tea.
Yeah. Suddenly up came Gollum and whispered and hissed,
Bless us and splash us, my precious. I guess it's a choice feast. At last a tasty morsel. It takes us, Gollum.
and when he said Gollum, he made a horrible swallowing noise in his throat. That is how he got his name, though he always called himself
My precious.
The Hobbit jumped nearly out of his skin, and when the hiss came in his ears, and he suddenly saw the pale eyes sticking out at him. Who are you? He said, thrusting his dagger in front of him.
What is he, my precious?
Whispered Gollum, who always spoke of himself through never having anyone else to speak to. This is what he had come to find out. For he was not really very hungry at the moment, only curious. Otherwise, he would have grabbed first and whispered afterwards. I am Mr. Bilbo Baggins. I have lost the dwarves, and I've lost the wizard, and I don't know where I am. And I don't know, and I don't want to know if only I can get away.
What has it got in its hands?
Said Gollum, looking at the sword, which he did not quite like. A sword, a blade that came out from Gondolin, said Gollum, and he became quite polite.
Perhaps he sits here and it chats with little Bitsy, my precious. It likes riddles, perhaps it does. Does it?
He was anxious to appear friendly, at any rate for the moment, and until he found out more about the sword and the hobbit, whether he was quite alone really, or whether he was good to eat, and whether Gollum was really hungry. Riddles were all he could think of. Asking them, and sometimes guessing them, had been the only game he had ever played with other funny creatures sitting in their holes in the long, long ago. Before he lost all his friends and was driven away, alone, and crept down into the dark under the mountain. Welcome to the tavern. We have cookies. It's so cozy in here, one of my favorite places to be. Yes, indeed. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I have been told it's always a good choice to spend the evening in the tavern, so. And welcome into all of Mog's friends. I appreciate you all for joining us. Very well, said Bilbo, who was anxious to agree until he found out about the creature and whether he was quite alone, and whether he was fierce or hungry, and whether he was friends of the goblins. You ask first, he said, because he had not had time to think of a riddle. So Gollum hissed.
What has roots that no one sees, is taller than the trees. Up it goes, and yet it never grows.
Easy, said Bilbo. Mountain, I suppose.
Does it guess easy? It must have a competition with us, my precious. If precious asks, and it does not answer, we eats it. My precious, if it asks us and we don't answer, then we does what it wants, sir. We shows it the way out, yes.
All right, said Bilbo, not daring to disagree, and nearly bursting his brain to think of riddles that could save him from being eaten. 30 white horses on a red hill. First they chomp, then they stamp, then they stand still. That was all he could think to ask. The idea of eating was rather on his mind. It was rather an old one, too, and Gollum knew the answer as well as you do.
Chestnuts! Chestnuts!
He hissed.
Teeth, my precious teeth! But we has only 6.
Then he asked his second.
Voiceless it cries, wingless flutters, toothless bites, mouthless mutters.
Have a moment, cried Bilbo, who was still thinking uncomfortably about eating. Fortunately, he had once heard something rather like this, and before getting his wits back, he thought of the answer. Wind! Wind, of course, he said, and he was so pleased that he made up one on the spot. This'll puzzle the nasty little underground creature, he thought. An eye in a blue face saw an eye in a green face. That eye is to this eye, is like to this eye, said the first eye, but in low place, not in high place, said Gollum. He had been underground for a long, long time, and was forgetting this sort of thing. But just as Bilbo was beginning to hope that the wretch would not be able to answer, Gollum brought up his memories of ages and ages and ages before, when he lived with his grandmother in a hole in a bank by a river.
My precious,
he said.
Sun on the daisies, it means it does.
But these ordinary, above-ground, everyday sort of riddles were tiring for him. Also, they reminded him of days when he had been less lonely and sneaky and nasty, and that put him out of temper. What is more, they made him hungry. So this time he tried something a bit more difficult and more unpleasant.
It cannot be seen, cannot be felt, cannot be heard, cannot be smelt. It lies behind stars under hills, and empty holes it fills. It comes first and follows after, ends life, kills laughter.
Unfortunately for Gollum, Bilbo had heard that sort of thing before, and the answer was all round him anyway. Dark, he said, without even scratching his head or putting on his thinking cap. A box with no key, hinges, or lid, yet golden treasure inside is hid. He asked to gain time until he could think of a really hard one. This he thought a dreadfully easy chestnut, though he had not asked it in the usual words. But it proved a nasty poser for Gollum. He hissed to himself, and still he did not answer. He whispered and spluttered. After some time, while Bilbo became impatient, "Well, what is it?" he said. "The answer is not a kettle boiling over, as you seem to think from the noise you're making."
Give us a chance. Let it give us a chance, my precious.
Well, said Bilbo after giving him a long chance, what about your guess? And suddenly Gollum remembered thieving from nests long ago, and sitting under the riverbank teaching his grandmother to suck
Eggs.
He hissed.
Eggs it is.
Then he asked,
Alive without breath, as cold as death, never thirsty, ever drinking, all in mail never clinking.
He also, in his turn, thought that this was a dreadfully easy one because he was always thinking of the answer, but he could not remember anything better at the moment. He was so flustered by the egg question. All the same, it was a poser for poor Bilbo, who never had anything to do with water if he could help it. I imagine you know the answer, of course, or I can guess it is easy as a wink. Since you are sitting comfortably at home and have not the danger of being eaten to disturb your thinking. Bilbo sat and cleared his throat once or twice, and no answer came. After a while, Gollum began to hiss with pleasure to himself.
It is nice, my precious. It is juicy. It is scrumptiously crunchable.
He began to peer at Bilbo out of the darkness. "Have a moment," said the hobbit, shivering. "I gave you a good long chance just now."
It must make haste. Haste,
said Gollum, climbing out of his boat onto the shore to get at Bilbo. But when he put his long, wobbly foot... But when he put his long, wobbly foot in the water, a fish jumped out in fright and fell on Bilbo's toes. "Ah!" he said. "It's cold and clammy." And so he guessed. "Fish!" he cried. "It is a fish!" Gollum was dreadfully disappointed, but Bilbo asked another riddle as quick as he ever could, so that Gollum had to get back into his boat and think. "No legs lay on one leg. 2 legs sat near on 3 legs. 4 legs got some." It was not really the right time for this riddle, but Bilbo was in a hurry. Gollum might have had some trouble guessing it if he had not asked it at another time. As it was, talking of fish, no legs was not very difficult, and after the rest, it was easy.
Fish on a little table. Man at table sitting on stool. Cat has the bones.
That, of course, is the answer, and Gollum soon gave it. Then he thought of the time had come, and he asked something hard and horrible. This is what he said.
This thing all things devour. Birds and beasts and trees and flowers. Gnaws and irons, bites and steel. Grinds hard stones to meal. Slays kings, ruins town, and beats high mountain down.
Poor Bilbo sat in the dark thinking of all the horrible names of all the giants and ogres he'd ever heard of in tales, but not one of them had done all of these things. He had the feeling that the answer was quite different, and that he ought to know it, but he could not think of it. He began to get frightened, and that is bad for thinking. Gollum began to get out of his boat, and he flapped into the water and paddled to the bank. Bilbo could see his eyes coming towards him. His tongue seemed to stick in his mouth. He wanted to shout out, "Give me more time! Give me time!" But all that came out was a sudden squeal "Time! Time!" Bilbo was saved by pure luck, for that, of course, was the answer. Gollum was disappointed once more, and now he was getting angry, and also tired of the game. It had made him very hungry indeed. This time he did not go back to the boat, and he sat in the dark by Bilbo. That made the hobbit most dreadfully uncomfortable and scattered his wits.
I've got to ask us a question, my precious. Yes, yes, yes. Just one more question to guess. Yes, yes,
said Gollum. But Bilbo simply could not think of any question with that nasty wet cold thing sitting next to him and pawing and poking at him. He scratched himself, pinched himself, still he could not think of anything.
Ask us,
said Gollum. Bilbo pinched himself and slapped himself. He gripped on his little sword and even felt in his pocket with his other hand. There he found the ring he had picked up in the passage and forgot about it. "What have I got in my pocket?" he said aloud. He was talking to himself, but Gollum thought it was a riddle, and he was frightfully upset.
Not fair!
He hissed,
It isn't fair! My precious! Is it to ask us what it has got in its nasty pockets is?
Bilbo, seeing what had happened and having nothing better to ask, stuck to his question. What have I got in my pocket? He said louder. Hissed Gollum.
It must give us 3 guesses! My precious! 3 guesses!
Very well, guess away, said Bilbo.
Hands!
Said Gollum. Wrong, said Bilbo, who had luckily just taken his hand out again. Guess again, said Gollum, more upset than ever. He thought of all the things he kept in his own pockets. Fish bones, goblin teeth, wet shells, a bit of bat wing, a sharp stone to sharpen his fangs on, and other nasty things, and he tried to think of what other people kept in their pockets.
Knife!
He said at last. Wrong, said Bilbo, who had lost his some time ago. Last guess. Now Gollum was in a much worse state than when Bilbo had asked him the egg question. He hissed and spluttered and rocked himself backwards and forwards, and slapped his feet on the floor and wriggled and squirmed, but still he did not dare waste his last guess. Come on, said Bilbo. I'm waiting. He tried to sound bold and cheerful, but he did not feel at all sure how the game was going to end, whether Gollum guessed right or not. Time's up, he said.
String or nothing!
Shrieked Gollum, which was not quite fair, working in 2 guesses at once. Both wrong, cried Bilbo, very much relieved, and he jumped at once to his feet, put his back to the nearest wall, and held his little sword. He knew, of course, that the riddle game was sacred and of immense antiquity, and even wicked creatures were afraid to cheat when they played at it. But he felt he could not trust this slimy thing to keep any promises in a pinch. Any excuse would do for him to slide out of it. After all, that last question had not been a genuine riddle according to the ancient laws. But at any rate, Gollum did not at once attack him. He could see the sword in Bilbo's hand, and he sat still, shivering and whispering. At last, Bilbo could wait no longer. Okay, we're going to pause there for a second, friends, so we can do the giveaway. Nurse Court reads, hello and welcome in. Thank you kindly for the heart me. Tips to the tavern keeper always appreciated. And thank you for the follow. You've marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. What are we giving away first, my darling? Okay, alright, so we have 3 giveaways today, just to remind everybody. We are going to be giving away... you have to be over on Twitch to enter the giveaways, though. So you have to be on the Twitch portal to enter the giveaways. We're giving away a copy of this illustrated edition of The Hobbit that we are reading from. It has all of these wonderful, lovely illustrations, like this with Bilbo and the eagle. And there are a great many others. It is illustrated by Jemima Catlin, and it is a wonderful version of the book. But what we are giving away first, the first thing that is being given away, is an ebook version of my festivals book. This is something we put together for the community some time ago. It is called Norse Gaelic Festivals, and it was put together by my wife and I. And it just goes over the festivals of the year from Nordic and Celtic cultures in Ireland and Scandinavia. And it goes over how my family specifically celebrates these festivals. So we're giving away an ebook version of this. So that is international. Anybody can get that. What else are we giving away today? We're giving away the book, and what else, my darling? The kit. That's right. So we'll be giving away the book, and we'll also be raffling away one of these. Now, it's called a raffle, but you don't have to pay anything to enter. We're just giving these things away. So there'll be a chance to get this one. Are we going to do the book last, or are we going to do the keg last? What do you think is the more desirable one? Depends on the person. Nice keg, thank you. Yes, I do have nice jugs, thank you. I mean this. There's nothing else implied by that. This is my I don't know what Twitch is. So Twitch is a live streaming platform, and that is where the raffles are. We have to do the raffles on Twitch because the rules for everywhere else is, Hippie says do the keg last. I think that's fair. We'll do the keg last. But right now we're giving away an ebook. So if you want to join the ebook raffle that is going to start here presently, you can hop in. I'm going to continue reading while the raffle goes on. And we'll probably get to the end of the chapter during the raffle. Let's see. Jemima's World, thank you for the follow over on... Or Jamia's World? Jamia's World. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. You've marked this on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. But go and join us over on Twitch. You can find the link in the beacon in my bio if you're on another platform, and that'll take you over to Twitch, and that is where the giveaways will be being done. We're doing 2 to 3 giveaways every single day this week during the Read-A-Thon. You don't have to pay anything to enter. They are just our way of thanking the community for all the wonderful things you do for us and all the lovely support you give to the lady and I. We appreciate you. Frost says the book is more desirable for me. I suppose the lady's right. It does really depend on the person. Marina, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. Love, thank you very much. Okay, so the lady is... I'll download it later, alrighty. And there goes 10 kids, yes indeed. Alright, I will get back into reading here, my friends. Huh? Yep, go ahead and fire it up. Marina, thank you for the bits, I appreciate you. Tips to the tavern give, always appreciated. Which set of Aaron? Okay, alright. Exclamation point raffle to join over on the Twitch portal only, friends. If you want to join the giveaway, it is for the ebook version of our festivals book. So go ahead and get over there if that is something you find desirable. You can enter every raffle, you can enter every giveaway, but you can only enter once. Erin, your bits are everywhere. No, those are Marina's bits. Good Lord, Marina, God, that's enough. I appreciate you. Thank you. Rachel Wynn, thank you so much for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome to the tavern. Good Lord, everything's exploding. Aaron and Marina, you guys, calm down. Calm down, stop it. It's a bit off. Good Lord. That's you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now Jazz is getting in on it. You guys, thank you kindly again. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. That's more than enough. Good Lord, down kitties. Did you throw some in there, Rain? Did Rain? You guys, it's like you guys are going so fast. I can't see any of them. But to everyone who is throwing in tips to the tavern keeper, I appreciate you, my friends. Good Lord, you guys are lunatics. Look at God, that Aaron. You guys are insane. Good Lord. All right. Well, can you guys? Where are those? Are those showing up for you guys on? My goodness. You guys are crazy. Absolute crazy. Where's the bop stick? Yeah, exactly. Ippy, thank you kindly for the squirrels over on TikTok. Tips to the tavern keeper always appreciated. Yeah. You're welcome, love the vibes. We're very glad to have you, Rachel. We are in the midst of a readathon, and for all of the new folk, I am Castle, this is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. And every now and again, I read you, and this keeps getting stuck to my arm. Every now and again, I read you all a story. Tonight, we are in the world of you guys. Thank you, Destiny, for the bits. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. I think that's quite enough. You guys have done more than enough for today, I think. What is going on, you guys? Stop it. Good lord. Coco Dakota, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome in. You have all found yourselves in a tavern at the end of the world where all stories eventually come to rest. And tonight, you have found yourself here because you sought a story. They're misbehaving wildly over on Twitch. I cash in Everett, do you? Cashing in Everett. Beth, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. You guys are nuts. Alright, I appreciate you all. Calm down. Relax. And again, exclamation point raffle over on Twitch to join the giveaway. Hippie, you watched 200 minutes over on TikTok. That is insane. The support is appreciated. 20 bits from the Capitan. Frost, during all that, I did buy you a drink. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you. Cheers. Alright, guys, let's get back into it. Here we go.
I heard his name.
That
You have a request? Marina, calm down. Good lord, you guys. All these bits, I know, they're just all over the place. Marina, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate you. I think I might have a slight addition to Storytime. Yes? Addiction to Storytime. Well, I think that's a fair and safe addiction to have. Again, if you are over on the Twitch portal and you want to join the giveaway, exclamation point raffle to get yourself an ebook copy of the festival's book. Talk to your mom, bud.
Okay.
Did you get your work done?
And did you do your reading and writing today? More importantly.
Right, the penalty we have it for history and English.
Okay. At least they were tasteful bits. Yeah. Well, I think your guys' bits are always tasteful, if we're being honest. Okay. All right. So let's get back in. Well, what about your promise? He said. I want to go, and you must show me the way.
Did we say so, precious? Show the nasty little buggins the way out, yes, yes. But what has it got in its pockets? Not string, precious. Not nothing. Oh no! Come!
Never you mind, said Bilbo. A promise is a promise.
Cross it is impatient, precious.
Hissed Gollum.
But it must wait. Yes, it must. We can't go up the tunnel so hasty. We must go and get something fast. Yes, things to help us.
Well, hurry up, said Bilbo, relieved to think of Gollum going away. He thought he was just making an excuse and did not mean to come back. What was Gollum talking about? What useful thing could he keep out in that dark lake? But he was wrong. Gollum did mean to come back. He was angry now and hungry, and he was a miserable, wicked creature. And already he had a plan. Not far away was his island, of which Bilbo knew nothing, and there, in his hiding place, he kept a few wretched oddments. One very beautiful thing, very beautiful, very wonderful. He had a ring, a golden ring, a precious ring.
My birthday present.
he whispered to himself as he had often done in the endless dark days.
That's what we want now. Yes, we want it.
He wanted it because it was a ring of power, and if you slipped that ring on your finger, you were invisible. Only in the full sunlight could you be seen, and then only by your shadow, and that would be shaky and faint.
My birthday present. It came to me on my birthday. My precious.
So he had always said to himself. But who knows how Gollum came by that present, ages ago in the old days when such rings were still at large in the world. Perhaps even the master who ruled them could not have said. Gollum used to wear it at first, till it tired him, and then he kept it in a pouch next to his skin, till it galled him, and now, usually, he hid it in a hole in the rock on his island, and was always going back to look at it. And still, sometimes he put it on, when he could not bear to be parted from it any longer, or when he was very, very hungry, and tired of fish. Then he would creep along the passages looking for stray goblins, and might even venture into places where torches were lit, and made his eyes blink and smart. For he would be safe. Oh, yes, quite safe. No one would see him, no one would notice him, till he had his fingers on their throat. Only a few hours ago he had worn it, and caught the small goblin imp. How it squeaked! He still had a bone or two left to gnaw, but he wanted something softer.
Quite safe, yes,
he whispered to himself.
It won't, yes, will it, my precious? No, it won't, yes. It's a nasty little sword. But be useless, quite, yes.
That is what it was in his wicked little mind, and he slipped suddenly from Bilbo's side and flapped back to his boat, and went off into the dark. Bilbo thought he had heard the last of him. Still he waited a while, for he had no idea how to find his way out alone. Suddenly he heard a screech. It sent a shiver down his back. Gollum was cursing and wailing away in the gloom, not very far off by the sound of it. He was on his island, scrabbling here and there, searching and seeking in vain.
Where is it? Where is it?
Bilbo heard him crying.
Lost it is! My precious! Lost! Lost! Precious! Precious! My precious is lost!
What's the matter? Bilbo called. What have you lost?
You mustn't ask us!
Shrieked Gollum.
None of it's about Gollum. It's lost! Gollum! Gollum! Gollum!
Well, so am I, cried Bilbo, and I want to get unlost. And I won the game and you promised. Come along. Come and let me out. And then you can go on with your looking. Utterly miserable as Gollum sounded, Bilbo could not find much pity in his heart, and he had a feeling that anything Gollum wanted so much could hardly be something good. Come along, he shouted.
Not yet, no, precious,
Gollum answered.
We must search for it. It's lost. Gollum.
But you never guessed my last question, and you promised, said Bilbo.
Never guessed,
said Gollum, and then suddenly out of the gloom came a sharp hiss.
What has it got in its pockets? Tell us. It must tell us first.
Kayla, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you, and Deja, thank you for the follow. Thank you for marking us on your map. Kayla, thank you for the roses, and for the boxing glove, and for the hard me, and for the Blossom Fairy, and Beth, thank you for the hard me. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly, my friends. Diego, thank you for the 3-day streak, and Erin, thank you as well. You guys are insane. Another hype train today. You are ridiculous, but thank you kindly for my friends. No problem, Coindom. Chubby Ginger, hello and welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. Thank you for the hard me. Tips of the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated, my friends. Thank you very much. We are probably getting close to needing ads over on Twitch. Yep, we got 4 minutes. Huh? Moog, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I appreciate you. I hope that you enjoyed your trip into the tavern. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you so much. Chris, hello! So you said the Hannah, I'm glad that you're still with us. And guys, yeah, thank you for all of the bits. I appreciate you for that.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Well, and Jazz has won. There you go. It came out a little bit faster than it normally does. I swear, this never happens to me. My raffles usually are timely, but yes. Jazz, you've won the ebook copy of the festival's book. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. The next giveaway will be in about probably about half an hour to an hour, and it will be for the illustrated edition of The Hobbit. So make sure that you are over on Twitch if you want to participate and get a beautiful copy of the illustrated edition of The Hobbit that has all of these lovely illustrations by Jemima Catlin. And real quick, since we are on a brief pause, we are going to run ads for our friends over on Twitch. I do apologize. I don't like to have to do these, but Twitch makes us. Otherwise, you can get stuck in hour to half hour long ads over there. So we're going to do 3 minutes, and then it'll give us a whole hour without them. I appreciate you all, my friends. Let's go ahead and... I keep losing my game. What game do you keep losing, Erin?
She's still in.
Yeah, Erin is... She's right there, floating around. I presume Jazz is still in? I don't know. Lahe, hello! Good to see you. Now we've all lost the game, that's true. Or did you just lose the game? Where that came from... Oh, Block Blast is what Aaron was talking about. Aaron, sometimes the things that you come up with or that you choose to share are so funny to me. Absolutely hilarious. I love it. Fernando, hello! You're in... Well, we're about an hour and a half into the story time today, but... I am so very glad that you could join us. I take a sip of my tea. Now that's just rude. Yeah, with all of these folk in here, getting everyone to lose the game all at once, that's just simply not nice. Bears out here just causing chaos. I'm playing Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors is an underappreciated entry in the Legend of Zelda franchise. Obviously, it didn't have much to do with the Legend of Zelda timeline overall. Like, the story is not super rich, but it is a fun game. And it's one of those ones that it's one of the best Dynasty Warrior, like, clone games that I think I've ever played. Oh, that feels good on my throat. I've been winning that game for years now, and I've lost. It is really fun. Like, it's usually when you get clones of a game, when you get a game that's just like a remake or an imitation of another game, typically they tend to be less fun or less enjoyable than the one that they are made after. But I thought Hyrule Warriors did enough that was unique, that it was as fun, or in some instances more fun than what Dynasty Warriors is. I loved Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I played the first Fire Emblem game, Matty. That's the only one that I have ever played. Yeah, the lady actually brought me some because I was doing Gollum, and Gollum is really hard on my throat. So the Gollum voice is really tough on my throat. No, you haven't missed much. You have not missed much, hippie. We're talking about Hyrule Warriors, Gunnar. Hyrule Warriors was a Dynasty Warrior clone, and it was very good. I thought it was very well put together. Three Hopes is like Hyrule Warriors, but it uses the Three Houses cast from Fire Emblem. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever even seen that one, Matty.
We hate it forever.
Yeah, the Gollum voice. I liked doing the Gollum voice, but Gollum's voice and Dobby's voice really take it out of me. Because I have to go super high to get it. So I like your Gollum voice. I actually love all your voices. I'm glad. I need to put more work into learning to do more voices and accents. Because I can do quite a few, but it's been a long time since I've actually practiced actively. I used to practice quite a bit. By the way, Frost, thank you for the drink. I appreciate you for that. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate you. Oh, I was looking into that the other day. I may have to get it now. Yeah, and it's weird for me. It's like Chubby Ginger over on TikTok was saying, is it Chubby or Chubby? I'm saying Chubby, but any which way, we're saying over on TikTok is that I was just doing it, Wesley. Were you not paying attention? We appreciate your sacrifice for giving us the quality Gollum voice. My pleasure and privilege to do so. But I haven't actively practiced voices in a while. But yeah, what we were saying over on TikTok is that Dynasty Warriors, the Hyrule Warriors, which is a Dynasty Warriors clone, it's not really story rich like the other Legend of Zelda games are, but it is a very fun entry into the world of Hyrule. I was playing Crash Remasters the other morning, and my coffee and was losing my mind. How did I lose all my skill? So you're talking about the Crash Bandicoot games? I was playing Spyro Master the other day, and I love the look and shock and awe of kids when they see me 100% a level, but then completely skip all the flying levels. Just as long as you don't cause your throat to bleed this year. Yeah, hopefully no bleeding throat this year. Thank you for your service, Castle's voice. I appreciate you. Yeah, so what's really interesting is that a lot of people went back to the remasters and they were like, wow, how am I not as good at this as I used to be? And one of the big issues is that they updated a lot of the graphics for the remasters, but they didn't change the hitboxes. So it's not quite as easy because you now have more refined models, but the impact boxes are still the same. They didn't change really any of them. So that's why it'll seem like you're not going to fall into a hole and then you'll fall into a hole. It'll seem like you're going to make it up onto a ledge and then you don't make it up onto the ledge. And that's because they updated the graphics, but they didn't update the hitboxes. I 1,000,000% recommend the Dinosaurs documentary on Netflix. Thank you, Aaron. We were all wondering. It's the worst. I have some of the skills still. I will be looking at this tonight. I've been waiting to hear someone recommend it. There's a Dinosaurs documentary, on dinosaurs? Interesting. In fact, I've been so in and out of stream helping with chores. Well, I'm glad that you are helping with chores, Wesley. Oh, I think we're done with ads. I think the ads ended. I was just waffling, but I think they're done. They are done. Okay. All right. Thank you, Council, for giving me a reason to suck at Crash Remasters. It's the hitboxes, not me. Well, it's definitely, we've all also lost our skill because games have become so much easier over the years. But, specifically, if you are falling off of things or getting hit by enemies, it's because of the impact boxes. I'm really living poetry. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad, Chubby. Do you have a preferred name? It feels weird calling you Chubby Ginger. So if you have a name you prefer, I call you. That's fine. But Chubby Ginger is very funny. I like it. So if you're fine with it, then that's what I will continue to use. Games have definitely become easier over the years. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because my son and I, we really like Dark Souls games. Like, we love all of the Soulsborne games. We have more dialogue with Gollum coming up here, Wesley. I will give it to you. But Dark Souls games aren't really that hard. They're pretty much exactly like any game that was on the PlayStation and before, where you didn't have save points, right? So, you know, there's all of these. I keep falling from certain jumps over and over again. Right. You need to overestimate how far you need to go, because that's what is being caused by the impact boxes got smoothed out, and it's not a lot, like it's by millimeters, but you're going to constantly underestimate how far you need to go for jumps. So make sure you do that. Hannah, hello, happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Greetings, Master Castle and Lady Una. Yes, thank you. Hello, good to see you. Yes, for Spyro, the jumps I know I can make are for some reason are ridiculously more difficult for no reason. It's because you're jumping too early, because the graphics have all been smoothed out, and so it makes it that you're jumping too soon because you think that you're gonna be able to make it, and the impact boxes are still what the old graphics were, which makes them they're just like either a little bit closer or a little bit farther away. Yeah, it made it upped the difficulty level of the games by a margin of 10, I would say. Absolutely ridiculous. Nintendo hard, exactly. Chubbs, Nuggy, pretty much anything, but not late for dinner. Of course, never. Never. I'm an Irishman, we're never late for dinner. You have to be precisely on time for dinner, to be sure. Alright. Let's get back into the story. We're going to finish up this chapter, and I think, let's see, how much longer do we have? We've got 10 more pages, so we'll finish these 10 pages, then we'll do the next giveaway, and then I'll take my break then. Speaking of St. Patrick's Day, I don't see any green, Castle. Pinch, pinch. What are you talking about? I've got green right there. I've got little green thorns on my... And also, my undershorts are always green. What about 11sies? We definitely can't miss 11sies, that's to be sure. Okay, where were we?
Never guessed,
said Gollum, and then suddenly out of the gloom came a sharp hiss.
What does that got in its pockets? It must tell us first.
As far as Bilbo knew, there was no particular reason why he should not tell. Gollum's mind had jumped to a guess quicker than his. Naturally, for Gollum, had brooded for ages on this one thing, and he was always afraid of it being stolen. But Bilbo was annoyed at the delay. After all, he had won the game pretty fairly, and at a horrible risk. Answers were to be guessed, not given, he said.
But it wasn't a fair question,
said Gollum.
Not a riddle, precious. No.
Oh, well, it was a matter of ordinary questions, Bilbo replied. Then I asked one first. What have you lost? Tell me that.
What does it got in its pockets?
The sound came hissing louder and sharper, and as he looked towards it, to his alarm, Bilbo now saw two small points of light peering at him. His suspicion grew in Gollum's mind, and the light of his eyes burned with a pale flame. "What have you lost?" Bilbo persisted. But now the light in Gollum's eyes had become a green fire, and it was coming swiftly nearer. Gollum was in his boat again, paddling wildly back to the dark shore, and such a rage of loss and suspicion was in his heart that no sword could have made sword any more terror for him. Bilbo could not guess what had maddened the wretched creature, but he saw that all was up, and that Gollum meant to murder him at any rate. Just in time he turned and ran blindly back up the dark passage, down which he had come, keeping close to the wall and feeling it with his left hand.
What does it got in its pockets?
He heard the hiss loud behind him, and the splash as Gollum leapt from his boat. "What have I wonder?" he said to himself as he panted and stumbled along. He put his left hand into his pocket, and the ring felt very cold as it quietly slipped on to his groping forefinger. The hiss was close behind him, and he turned now and saw Gollum's eyes, like green lamps coming up the slope. Terrified, he tried to run faster, but suddenly he struck his toes on a snag in the floor and fell flat with his little sword under him. In that moment, Gollum was on him, but before Bilbo could do anything, recover his breath, pick himself up, or wave his sword, Gollum passed by, taking no notice of him, cursing and whispering as he ran. What could it mean? Gollum could see in the dark. Bilbo could see the light in his eyes, palely shining from behind. Painfully, he got up, sheathed his sword, which was now glowing faintly again, then very cautiously he followed. There seemed nothing to do. It was no good crawling back down to Gollum's water. Perhaps if he followed him, Gollum might lead him some way of escape without meaning to.
Curse it! Curse it! Curse it!
Hissed Gollum.
Curse the Bagginses! It's gone! He's got it in his pockets! Oh, we guess, my precious! He found it! Yes, he must have my birthday present!
Bilbo pricked up his ears. He was at last beginning to guess himself. He hurried a little, getting as close as he dared behind Gollum, who was still going quickly, not looking back, but turning his head from side to side, as Bilbo could see some faint glimmer on the walls.
My birthday present! Curse it! How did we lose it, my precious? Yes, it's it! When we came last way, we twisted the nasty young squeaker. That's it! Curse it! It slipped from us after all these ages and ages. It's gone! Gone!
Suddenly Gollum sat down and began to weep, a whistling and gurgling sound horrible to listen to. Bilbo halted and flattened himself against the tunnel wall. After a while, Gollum stopped weeping and began to talk. He seemed to be having an argument with himself.
It's no good going back there to search now. We doesn't remember all the places we visited. It's no use. The Baggins has got it in his pockets. The nasty noser has found it, we says. We guess it's precious. Only guesses. We can't know till we find the nasty creature and squeezes it. But it doesn't know what the present can do, does it? It'll just keep it in its pockets. Doesn't know. And it can't go far. It's lost itself. The nasty nosy thing. It doesn't know the way out. It said so. It said so, yes, but it's tricksy. It doesn't say what it means. It doesn't say what it's got in its pockets. It knows the way in. It must know a way out. It's off to the back door. To the back door, that's it. The goblins will catch it then. It can't get out that way, precious. Go on. Goblins, yes. But then it's got the present. A precious present. Then the goblins will get it gone. They'll find it. They'll find a way. They'll find out what it does. We shall never be safe again, never. Gone. One of the goblins will put it on. And then no one will see him. He'll be there, but not see him. Not even our clever eyes will notice him. And he'll come creepsy, tripsy, catch us, gone. Gone. Let's stop talking, precious, and make haste. If the Baggins is gone, that way we must go quick, see. Go not far now. Make haste.
Oh, that was a long one. Good God. Oh, that one toasted me a little bit. I found out instead of believing I was only half Irish because of my last name, I'm only a tiny bit Irish. Well, that will happen. Well, I guess I need to be pinched, not a green thing in me, unless you count my hazel eyes. Oh, good God. Oh. Well, and it looks like, Lovey, have we been at over 30 folk over on Twitch for more than 15? Well, every time I look up, we've been between 29 and 31, so I would say that's close enough. So we'll get another hour. We're going to have 4 hours of story time tonight. Okay. That one toasted my throat. My hair is blue and green. That absolutely counts, hippie. So they came to a dead stop. Gollum had brought Bilbo to the way out after all. But Bilbo could not get in. There was Gollum sitting humped right in the opening, and his eyes gleamed cold in his head as he swayed it from side to side between his knees. Bilbo crept away from the wall more quietly than a mouse, but Gollum stiffened at once, and sniffed, and his eyes went green. He hissed softly but menacingly. He could not see the hobbit, but now he was on the alert. He had another sense in that darkness that had sharpened it, hearing and smell. He seemed to be crouched right down onto the flat of his hands, splayed on the floor, and his head thrust out, nose almost to the stone. Though he was only a black shadow in the gleam of his own eyes, Bilbo could see or feel that he was tense as a bowstring gathered for the spring. Bilbo almost stopped breathing and went stiff himself. He was desperate. He must get away, out of this horrible darkness while he had any strength left. He must fight. He must stab the foul thing and put his eyes out. Kill it! It meant to kill him. No, not a fair fight. He was invisible now. Gollum had no sword. Gollum had not actually threatened to kill him, or tried to yet. And he was miserable, alone, and lost. A sudden understanding, a pity mixed with horror welled up in Bilbo's heart. A glimpse of endless, unmarked days without light or hope of betterment, hard stone, cold fish sneaking and whispering. All these thoughts passed in a flash of a second. He trembled, and then, quite suddenly in another flash, as if lifted by a new strength of resolve, he leapt. No great leap for a man, but a leap in the dark. Straight over Gollum's head he jumped. 7 feet forward and 3 feet in the air indeed. He had known it. He had only just missed cracking his skull on the low arch of the passageway. Gollum threw himself backwards and grabbed as the hobbit flew over him, but too late. His hand snapped on thin air, and Bilbo, falling fair out on his sturdy feet, sped off down the new tunnel. He did not turn to see what Gollum was doing, and there was hissing and cursing almost at his heels at first, and then it stopped. All at once there came a blood-curdling shriek, filled with hatred and despair. Gollum was defeated. He dared go no further. He had lost his prey and lost, too, the only thing he'd ever cared for. His precious. The cry brought Bilbo's heart to his mouth, but still he held on. Now faint as an echo, but the menacing voice came from behind.
Thief! 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 Dragons! We hate it! We hate it! We hate it forever!
Then there was silence, but that too seemed menacing to Bilbo. If goblins are so near that he smelt them, he thought, then they'll have heard his shrieking and cursing. Careful now, or this way will lead you to worse things. The passage was low and roughly made. It was not too difficult for the hobbit, except when, in spite of all care, he stubbed his poor toes again several times on nasty jagged stones in the floor. Bit low for goblins. At least for the big ones, thought Bilbo, not knowing that even the big ones, the orcs of the mountain, go along at great speed, stooping low on their hands, almost to the ground. Soon, the passage that had been sloping down began going up again, and after a while it climbed steeply. That slowed Bilbo down, but at last the slope stopped. The passage turned a corner and dipped down again, and there at the bottom of a short incline he saw, filtering round another corner, a glimpse of light. Not red light as of fire or lantern, but a pale outdoor sort of light. And then Bilbo began to run, scuttling as fast as his legs would carry him. He turned at last the corner and came suddenly right into an open space with a light. After all that time the dark seemed dazzlingly bright. Really it was only a leak of sunshine through a doorway, where a great door, a stone door, was left standing open. I think that the Hobbit films tried way too hard to be an action film, which was what Christopher Tolkien's criticism was of The Lord of the Rings. Like, that they cheapened the story to make it like some fast action film, and they got rid of a lot of like the depth of the story. I think that they did even more of that in The Hobbit. The Hobbit films, like you say, they're fine for what they are, but I would not take them as being to the same degree and quality as the Lord of the Rings films. Stephanie, hello. You are about almost 2 hours late. Yeah, the Hobbit films were massively overproduced. I think that they were afraid that if they made it faithfully, people would not enjoy it, and I think that they were wrong. I think that Jackson was getting scared in his old age. Andy, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome in. You've marked us on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Okay. Bilbo blinked, and then suddenly he saw the goblins. Goblins in full armor with drawn swords just sitting inside the door, and watching it with wide eyes, and watching the passage that led to it. They were aroused, alert, and ready for anything. They saw him sooner than he saw them. Yes, they saw him, whether it was by accident, or a last trick of the ring before it took a new master. It was not on his finger. With yells of delight, the goblins rushed upon him. Bless you, my darling. A pang of fear and loss, like an echo of Gollum's misery, smote Bilbo, and forgetting even to draw his sword, he stuck his hands into his pocket. And there was the ring was still in his left pocket, and it slipped onto his finger. The goblins stopped short. They could not see a sign of him. He had vanished. They yelled twice as loud as before, but not so delighted.
Where is it?
They cried.
Go back up the passageway!
Some shouted.
This way!
They yelled.
That way!
Others yelled.
Look out for the door!
Bellowed the captain. Whistles blew, armor clashed, swords rattled, goblins cursed and swore and ran hither and thither, falling over one another and getting very angry. There was a terrible outcry to do and disturbance. Bilbo was dreadfully frightened, but he had the sense to understand what had happened, and to sneak behind the big barrel which held drink for the goblin guards, and so get out of the way and avoid being bumped into, trampled to death, or caught by fear. I must get to the door. I must get to the door, he kept saying to himself. But it was a long time before he ventured to try. Then it was like a horrible game of blind man's bluff. The place was full of goblins running about, and the poor little hobbit dodged his way in that, was knocked over by a goblin who could not make out what he had bumped into, scrambled away on all fours, and slipped between the legs of the captain just in time, got up and ran for the door. It was still ajar, but the goblins had pushed it nearly to, and Bilbo struggled, but he could not move it. He tried to squeeze through the crack. He squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and he stuck. It was awful. His buttons had gotten wedged on the edge of the door, and the post. He could see outside into the open air, and there were a few steps running down into the narrow valley between the tall mountains. The sun came out from behind a cloud and shone bright outside the door, but he could not get through, and suddenly one of the goblins inside shouted,
There's a shadow by the door! Someone is outside!
Bilbo's heart jumped into his mouth. He gave a terrific squirm. The buttons burst off in all directions. He was through, and his torn coat and waistcoat leaping down the steps like a goat. With bewildered goblins, while the bewildered goblins were still picking up his nice brass buttons on the doorstep. Of course, they soon came down after him, hooting and hallooing and hunting among the trees. But they didn't like the sun. It makes their legs wobble and their heads giddy. They could not find Bilbo with the ring on, slipping in and out of the shadow of the trees, running quick and quiet, and keeping out of the sun. So soon they went back to grumbling and cursing to guard the door. Bilbo had escaped. And so ends Chapter 5 of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. Our next chapter is Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. And I think this is another very long chapter. Yes, oh my lord, it is. This next chapter is 27 pages long. So this next chapter is going to take up the rest of today's story time, my friend. You got to start over, Castle. I listened to the last part of last night and then fell asleep. That was my favorite scene from the movie. I would happily sit through 2 more Hobbit movies if everything was done well. It's one of my favorite books. Yeah, absolutely. If Jackson had just committed to making the book the way that he had with Lord of the Rings, because again, like, he added unnecessary action and drama into Lord of the Rings. The only thing that really killed the Hobbit books for me was the elf-dwarf romance. Like, that was the only thing that made me not like the films. I could have put up with all of the other silliness with the jumping in the barrels and all of the other things. Like, I could have put up with all of that. But the elf-dwarf romance to create more drama and tension absolutely bothered me. Bear, hello! Oh, Dragon Lord Yuto is back and gave a follow. Welcome in, my friend. So very glad that you could join us. He was also greatly... I assume he was, because, you know, that happens all the time in Hollywood. And obviously with the Lord of the Rings, there were a few things that he really wanted to do. Like, he wanted to have more action in there, which is why the Battle of Helm's Deep had all of the elves and whatnot in it. And while it was silly, it was cinematically, like, it was fun to look at. But it was part of the reason why Christopher Tolkien and the rest of the Tolkiens really didn't like the movies. Romance always creates more drama. Yeah, and it was just so silly. Like, Fili and Kili, I don't remember who the romance was with because it was dumb and I don't like it. But the elf romance with Fili and Keely, the member berries of dropping Legolas in there, like none of it was necessary. None of it was necessary, and it was just silly. I'm still here listening, just trying to close up the store. That's all right, hippie. We're gonna take a quick break. Phil Norris, thank you for the heart, me, my friend. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. Welcome in. Keely, thank you, Jody, appreciate you. The movie's absolutely butchered Thorin's character. Read the book to my 4th grade class, they loved it. I mean, there's nothing not... Like, this book is timeless. I will guarantee that The Hobbit will be beloved for the next 100 years or more. I would wager that without any sort of restraint. I was in at the start, but the last minute... Yeah, I saw you when you dropped in, Bear. For some reason, I thought your trip was today, but I guess your trip is tomorrow. So I hope that you're taking care of yourself and minding yourself on everything. It's a monthly read for us. It's just such a good book. Like, these are the kind of books you should read to your kids. They turned a cantankerous old bastard into an angsty greenhorn. Yeah, I mean, all of the dwarves and Bilbo are constantly whining and complaining through this whole book. And Gandalf is constantly coming and be like, it could be worse. But it is good. The older I'm getting, the less tolerance I have for drama and romance. You know, it's funny you say that, Rain. Me and the lady talk about this all the time. I don't like watching dramas. I don't like watching really any modern movies or television shows because I just don't like drama. I just can't stand it. And most romances cannot exist without drama in television and in movies. So I just have no internal desire to watch those things. I want to do the Lord of the Rings with the kids, but I feel like 4 and 5 is a little young for it. I don't know. I think at least the Fellowship of the Ring you could probably do with them. But like the lady and I will watch Korean dramas because they're wholesome. I did not watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. It looked interesting, but I've lost faith in trailers. So unless somebody who I know recommends something to me, and I understand, because like there are some people who, if they recommend something to me, some of the folks that I know, if they recommend it to me, I know it's going to be terrible because they have terrible taste. Some people will recommend something to me, and if they recommend it to me, I will watch it because I know that they have good taste. Everything Everywhere All at Once seemed like a very interesting concept, but we never watched it. I have amazing and terrible taste. Yeah, well, and yeah, exactly. The trailer for Suicide Squad was 10 times better than the film. And that's been true of most DC films of the last 10 years, I would say. Stupid o'clock tomorrow morning. Minding myself is why I got most of the trailer packed yesterday. Well, fair enough, Bear, fair enough. Yeah, stupid o'clock is not a time you want to be up and going. Though I will be joining you in that probably next week, as I may be driving across the country with my brother, which will be a hell of a thing. My husband and I are movie lovers. Yeah, we love movies, we love books, we love television, we love games, we love stories in the tavern. But most of the newer stuff it's been really hard to watch. Castle, is Ralph Bakshi's Frodo similar to the book Frodo? Because Peter Jackson's Frodo is a wimp. Well, the Frodo in the book is kind of a wimp. So he is a bit of a wimp all the way up to the end. At the end, he is not a wimp, and he starts to get more bold around the chapter 5, but he sort of wimps out of a lot of things early on, but then finds the bravest, because that's kind of the whole point, is that Frodo is a bit of a wimp, and he gets the bravery to act in spite of the fact that he's scared. Hey, Castle, hope you're doing good, lurking while I do my job as a mod. All right, Nitso. It's a pleasure to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well and feeling well. I've been reading this series since I was 6 years old. I have read this to my son since he was a wee lad. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. And also, welcome in, Renee. It's good to see you. I was up at stupid o'clock this morning. That's why I fell asleep. Completely understandable, Stephanie. Completely understandable. But yeah, we like when if we're watching something that has a romance in it, and there's like like a three romance where it's like somebody can't decide between two people, we pretty much stop it there because it's silly and dumb and we don't like it. Hi brother, happy St. Patrick's Day, Randy. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. I'm so very glad you could make it in. My lady, should we do the next giveaway or do you think it's too soon?
No. Yeah,
All right, my friends, we are going to begin the next giveaway, and then after we do the next giveaway, I'm going to take a very short break. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. I've been spending a lot of time in this chair this week. So Stephanie, you can the VOD is still available over on Twitch. So if you want to go in and watch yesterday's, it is available over on Twitch, and today's will be available on YouTube and Twitch. So you'll be able to watch both of them. What is the issue? Great. Well, that's always lovely. All right, so if you want to win an illustrated copy, this illustrated copy of The Hobbit, go over to Twitch and put in !raffle into the giveaway. You don't have to buy anything. None of these giveaways are for buying. They are all for us thanking you for all of the wonderful things that you do for us here in the tavern. Me and the lady and I appreciate all that you guys do for us. Thank you so much. And that is what the Read-A-Thon is for. It is a thank you to the wonderful patrons of the tavern. So Mom got mad at me for not eating all day when I've been eating all day. Well, then why did she get mad at you for not eating all day? Yeah. Oh, this one is also international, by the way, because we're not sending it directly from us. We will be, so anywhere that Amazon can ship, if you live somewhere where Amazon can ship, you can win this book. The only thing today that is going to be for America only will be the last giveaway of the day, which is going to be one of these little not tankards, one of these little kegs. And the lady is going to try and find a way to print our logo on it. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that, but she's going to try and find a way to do that. If we can't find a way to print it directly on, we have wood stickers. So she'll print the logo on a wood sticker, and then you can decide to put it on if you like. All right? Well, Bear, I'll tell you what, Bear. If you win, we'll find a way to ship one out to you, Bear. Television romance is predicated on characters that don't grow. Yes. Very much the truth, Bears. Very much the truth. Yeah, you have to do !raffle first, and then that'll enter you in. Does your lady also share a great taste of wisdom like you do? She is infinitely wiser than I, in all things except for having married me. Wait, sorry, didn't read the book in a while. You mean Frodo didn't stand up for himself? Oh, I thought you meant Bilbo. Frodo is far more standoffish in the books than he is in the movies. But Elijah Wood's Frodo is much more of a wimp in the movies than he is in the book. So yes, that is the case. Frodo is much braver in the books. He's much more standoffish as well, but he's much braver in the books. There we go. Stephanie got in. Wonderful. I have had this. So this illustrated version of this book is one of the first books we ever read on the Endless Epic podcast, and I have 2 copies of it. My brother and I read this together back when we still did our Endless Epic podcast, which we have not done in many years. And it's one of the things that has been most requested by veteran patrons of the tavern to come back. Because it was my brother and I for a while, and then the lady and I did it, and we just haven't gotten back to it in a while. Yeah, the raffle right now is for the book. Bear. The The barrel will be the last raffle of the day, which we'll do just before the end. I watched yesterday and then fell asleep. Thank you. Oh, I see. I'm sad some of the chapters are missing from. Are they actually? Oh, that reminds me. I actually have to, because we're about to lose all of our Spotify stuff. I have to. Thank you for reminding me, Destiny. I have to log in to our Spotify creators account. I'm not the biggest fan of Lord of the Rings, at least compared to The Hobbit. I'm just not able to reread Lord of the Rings, but The Hobbit I could do over and over. And there are a few folks who've said the same. One of the reasons why I think is that the Lord of the Rings reads more like a historical epic, so it reads more like the Odyssey or the Iliad than it does like a storybook, whereas The Hobbit was intended to be a storybook. In spite of the fact that this is a very advanced read nowadays, it was written as a children's book back when it was written. So Tolkien intended it to be a children's storybook back in the day. And when he wrote the Red Book of Westmarch, or the Lord of the Rings as we know it, he had intended it to be a historical epic. So it doesn't read as easy as what you would get out of The Hobbit. It's not as easy a read. But it is, obviously it's a timeless epic. I guess I was an advanced child. Well, I think that anybody who can read this book nowadays is probably more of an advanced reader, because this book is considered to be high-end reading nowadays. And reading literacy all over the world has gone down rapidly in the last 20 years, sadly. I very much wish that there was far more encouragement to learn to read and write, because children are being disadvantaged because they are not learning how to read.
The pain of thinking.
Speaking of reading and writing.
Yeah, speaking of reading and writing, it's such an important skill, and it makes you so much more intelligent to be able to process words properly. Not gonna lie, for Lord of the Rings, I have a sort of love-hate for Tom Bombadil, and there are a few people who feel that way too. A lot of people are really nostalgic for Bombadil, but one of the big issues is that the popular media has not represented Bombadil well, and he was meant to be an illustration of the magic of Middle-earth, and he's not really. We're living out Ray Bradbury's version of Fahrenheit 451. Yeah, well, and there were a lot of stories back in there where people just sort of stopped reading. Tolkien writes lovable characters, very good, especially for the fact that he doesn't really focus much on characters as modern literature. He's such an inspiration. Absolutely. And I will say that Tolkien's weakest point is his character writing, so like character arcs. But because his plot writing and his world building are so good, the character writing is then compensated for because the plot writing and the world building is so good. This book series saved me when I was stuck in the hospital as a child. I can only imagine. Like, I don't think Tolkien ever could have imagined or thought how far-reaching and how inspirational his story would have been. I think I read The Hobbit for the first time in my tweens. Yeah, the first time that this book was read to me, I think I was 2 or 3 years old. And the first time I read it myself, I think I was 7 or 8. Well, and the average reading level in the US is about 6th grade, but it's gone down all over the world. I think in the UK the average reading level is only like 7th or 8th grade, and in a lot of parts of Europe it's only about that as well, and in some places it's even lower. I think the UK is actually lower than that. But reading, because of technology, reading and writing has gone down in priority, because everybody just does things on a phone or on a computer, and you can say, oh, phone, tell me thing, and then phone will tell you thing, and then you don't ever have to use your brain to figure a thing out. So we've lost so much of our ability to problem solve and to search for information. It's tragic. One of the goals that we have with the tavern is to reinvigorate people's love of reading and writing and storytelling. Obviously, that's not what we put at the forefront, but if we can talk about how wonderful stories are, and we can share how wonderful stories are with everybody, I hope that that'll reinvigorate people's love for it. My freshman year of high school, we read this book. I was banned from reading it because I had read it before and devoured it and reread it in one night and was giving away answers to the class. Ah, see. No one ever suggested The Hobbit to me as a child. I was reading a grade 8 level by grade 3, Narnia repeatedly in grade 4 just because I loved the story.
Can you give Everett his internet?
Can I?
Yes.
Just a second, guys. I love to read now because I had a reading assistant help train my understanding better. And that's the thing, is like if you teach children to read as like a mandatory thing, I think that it makes it a little bit more difficult. But if you sit and read with your children, I think that that's a much better thing to do, because then it fosters a love for reading rather than sort of a mandate of reading. So sad but true, even getting kids to use their imagination is a challenge. It really is. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I work so hard with reading with my kiddos. It's so hard, but I have tried to introduce books I love, and it's so important that. And I one of the things that, very cursive, if I do say so myself. One of the things that is so. Oh, Tim, I'm sorry I missed you. I didn't read your previous comment. Okay, sorry. I know he's a hobbit, but so what? Luke Skywalker started off as a young lad and was ready for anything. Jim Hoxson's of Treasure Island has the courage of the trooper, and he's a kid. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Tim. Our heroes did jazz. Thank you for the bits, love. I appreciate you for that. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. One of the big issues today is that for some reason culture has tried to outsource all of learning to schools. And that is an absolute. Oh, Dr. Susan, hello! Lost the ability to. Well, like, we've lost our ability to critical think. We've lost our ability to abstract. Abstracting is the most important skill that you can have to think critically, but to be able to figure things out, to be able to abstract is so important. It's so incredibly important. And it is virtually a lost skill today. Yeah, reading was a punishment for me growing up, and I'm barely starting to get back into reading. And again, like, you fostering a love for reading is so important, and a lot of people use it as a punishment. And I've done my best to not do that with Everett, but he hates reading so much that I make it clear, I'm like, I'm not punishing you, but you have to sit down and you have to read. Like, reading is how you earn things. Reading is how you will earn things. Abstracting is so important. Abstracting is one of the most important things you can learn. It's one of the most important mental skills. Marina, thank you for the bits. Your St. Patty's Day bits with the little clovers. I thank you. My punishment growing up was having to write pages out of the dictionary and being grounded from my room. That's very funny. But yeah, one of the. I was off on a tangent and I lost myself. Jamia's World, Jamia, welcome. Thank you for joining the raffle. I've never been to Barnes & Noble. I love Indigo, but I go to used book places first. I love finding random gems. The lady and I love doing book rescues. It's so much fun. I try to sneak important skills. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Thank you, Renee. I love sneaking important skills and love reading where I can. The profession of teaching has changed so much. Right. For some reason, cultures all over the world, but especially in the West, have outsourced the raising of children to schools and the government, and that has been a detriment to children. Teachers have a difficult job, but a teacher's only job should be teaching academic skills. Teachers should not have to worry about teaching anything else to children except for academic skills. And at home, you should be fostering further those academic skills, and you should be learning trade skills, you should be learning work skills, you should be learning home skills. Like, the fact that children can get to 18, 19, 20 years old and never learn to cook themselves a meal, never outsource it and then blame teachers for everything, including behaviors. Right. Well, and it, it may be and I understand why it happened, and it may be a controversial thing to say, but the fact that schools are not allowed to punish bad behavior in children has also been a detriment to children. Now, I do agree that some schools took it too far and they abused kids, and that's not okay. But schools need to not have to worry about reprimanding children when they act out, when they do things that they're not supposed to do. Now, there should be understanding, there should be all of these things, right? Like, there needs to be a little bit more nuance to how it's handled. But if children are not afraid of being punished for acting badly, they will act badly, because children are inherently nasty little creatures, because human beings are inherently nasty little creatures. We have to learn and be taught to be good, and if we are not properly disciplined and reprimanded when we misbehave, we will continue to be nasty little creatures throughout our life. Like, you will rarely find someone who is more cruel than a 4-year-old. 4-year-olds who have just learned to talk will say the meanest, nastiest things, and they will hurt things if they are given the opportunity to do so. You have to teach children not to do that. And the fact that we put so much on teachers' shoulders, and then give them no ability to actually reprimand children and do those things. Children will test boundaries to no end, because it's a very human thing to do. We will constantly push our boundaries, and if there are not clear guardrails on what we can and can't do, we'll keep on pushing those things. Oh yeah, absolutely, teens can be very cruel. Like, you hear stories all the time about teenagers doing absolutely terrible things to each other, and it's awful. But the big issue is that the home, where children should be getting the most structure and the most education at home, we've fallen away from that in cultures around the world, and especially in the West. And it's to our detriment, extremely to our detriment. I only ever got caned once at school. It was for something I didn't do. Right, and again, like, that's a problem. I mean, I got caned a fair amount of times by my grandfather, and only 80% of the time was it for things that I did. I homeschooled. It's not easy, but my son turned out to be so kind and mature. And I was homeschooled as well. I was homeschooled by my grandfather as well as by my mother. And I graduated high school at 14. I had a 4.5 GPA. I made it all the way up to a master's level of education. I didn't complete any of my degrees, though, because I felt it was a waste of money. But I made it up to that level of education before I quit university. As someone who is the oldest of countless siblings, the saying that the children are the purest form of humanity makes me laugh. Well, children can be the purest form of humanity, but they have to be given good structure. We moved, and they sent a letter home with my oldest asking permission for corporal punishment. No thank you. I followed it up with, if you did that, you'd call... If I did that, you call CPS. If you do that, there will be a police presence. Yeah. Again, the whole way that we raise children is rough. And I don't believe in the whole it takes a village to raise a child, but I think that a child that lives in a good village will be a better child, and will be a better adult. So, Joker, hello, welcome back, my friend. Okay, alright, we're gonna pick the winner for the book. The raffle has ended. Well, it's not a raffle, but the giveaway entry has ended. So if you have already entered, pay attention, because you may win yourself an illustrated copy of The Hobbit, and the winner is Teresa! Congratulations! You have won yourself a copy of The Hobbit Illustrated Edition. Congratulations. Is that the second time Teresa's won?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because she got the ebook earlier, didn't she? Twice in one day.
No, not today.
Or twice in 1 week. There we go. I was hit so often by my mother, by my father, by my grandfather, by my uncles. It was like a fighting ring. But I turned out all right. I do agree that there has to be some restraint. I think that physical discipline has a place, but it cannot be the first go-to, and it cannot be for everything. I think a lot of like the baby boomers and the Gen X went to spanking far too quickly for their discipline. Again, I think that it does have its place. I don't think it's one of those things where it's like, oh my god, you can never do that. But I think that most of the time it was gone too far too quickly, in my opinion.
Well, it got used as like an anger outlet rather than being.
Yeah, it should never be done quickly. It should never be done in anger, and it should be done only as a last resort of punishment, and especially only for when a child could have hurt themselves badly or hurt somebody else badly. I'm just watching a movie and drinking some Guinness Stout. Spectacular. I didn't complete my master's degree either because I didn't see the value in a piece of paper. And that was the same thing. I spent almost 10 years in university, and they kept wanting me to pay for more and more classes that I didn't need to finish my degree. So eventually I just stopped, and I went and I started a business. I started working, and then I started a business, and that was what I did. I just ordered this for myself. I need a replacement to replace my current one. This is my 10th copy. I mean, it's such a wonderful book. By the way, if anybody does want this, I think I still have a link to it over in the beacon in the bio if you want to grab one. If you didn't win and you want to get one, then you are able to do that. I did not hit my son, but if he did something dangerous, he knew better, he'd get a smack on the butt. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's fine. I think a lot of people overreact about that. You cannot shield your children from pain, and it's better if they experience a controlled consequence from someone who cares about them at home where it is safe. And I get a lot of people who I know people who were only just lightly spanked as children who are like, oh, now I'm afraid of everything. I'm like, okay, well, stop, calm down, all right. That's a little bit much. Like I don't want to assume your experience, because obviously you experience things different than I did. But I've also been to your house and you were a little shit to your mom. So, I think that it was probably whatever your mom did was probably fair to some of these people. And I'm not saying that some people don't get abused by their parents, because they absolutely do. I'm saying these particular people that I knew absolutely deserve to be spanked on occasion. And whether or not their parents handled it well, who's to say? But that's something that absolutely did. Yeah, we live in an era of hypersensitivity and overreaction, to be sure. The severity of the punishment should equal the severity of the crime, so to speak. Yeah, absolutely, because that prepares you for the world. You might be somebody who gets to go out in the world and never experience a ramification, but chances are you go out into the world and you do something, bad things will happen to you, and you can get hurt. And you need to send a child out understanding that if I go out into a Taco Bell and I start hitting people because I didn't get my way, bad things are going to happen. Best case scenario, I get arrested for assault. Worst case scenario, somebody bigger and stronger than me inside of that Taco Bell is going to beat the crap out of me. So, yeah, and a lot of people go out in the world and they do things. Like, I see videos all the time of people getting in fights in grocery stores, and I'm like, who raised these people? Who raised these people? And yeah, like my grandfather and my mother especially were very, very. My grandfather wasn't emotional in the way that he did punishments, but my mother was. Like a few times when my mother would go wild with a belt, and we found out later after I grew up that my mother was ill. She had a problem where her body was pumping 10 times the amount of estrogen as was supposed to be into her body, and it literally was making her chemically insane. And she apologized to us all when she got older for it. I don't have Discord. I can't get on it. Yeah, you can go ahead and message either here on. You can message it here on Twitch, Teresa. In the wise words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there is always a bigger fish, precisely. I agree to a degree, Matty, but what I'm saying is that even if you have trauma, if you go out into a Taco Bell and you start punching people, your trauma is going to be meaningless to that situation. If you go out into a Taco Bell and you say, oh, well, I've been traumatized, so now I get to beat everybody up in this Taco Bell. If a bigger guy's there who's watching you beat other people up and then he beats the snot out of you, your trauma is meaningless in that instance. And if you go to jail because you're beating anybody up, again, it is meaningless. Yeah, and that was one of the. I'm not saying it. Oh, and that's all I mean. Like, I think that we should do our best always to be considerate of other people. But if you get to a point of where you're being so considerate of other people that the whole of society falls apart, that's one of the things that we have done today. Like, I've started calling the way that we live today polite supremacy, where we're so polite and we're so considerate of everybody that everything is allowable. Everything is allowable and everything is gotten away with. And because of that, we're constantly falling apart. There are no rules, there are no standards, and we're just so polite and so accepting of everything that our brains are leaking out of our ears, and it's becoming an issue where we don't have a standard or a guardrail. We just are constantly catering and fostering to everyone to a point that nothing gets done. Nothing ever gets done. Because we're so worried about making sure that everybody is catered to that nothing can ever get done. And society just can't function that way. It's where we are, and I'm not here to try and change it. I live my life the way that I was raised to live my life. So, right, like, my mental illness is not an excuse for my actions, but most people want it to be. And for a long time, we've allowed it to be. I absolutely adore you. I'm glad you popped up on my For You page. You are so reasonable. I have borderline from the severe over punishments, not an excuse. Like my mental illness, yeah. And like, one of the things I think people miss as adults is that it's my job. Like, I've got all sorts of things that I've carried over from my childhood. I've had a very bad relationship with my grandfather. One of my uncles beat me very badly when I was a child. My parents sent me to live with my grandfather when I was 6 months old. I have a lot of things from my childhood, right? But it's not your responsibility or anybody else's responsibility to deal with those things. I, as an adult, if I want to become well balanced, if I want to become a healthy adult, I have to deal with the things that are wrong with me. And they're all things that can be, like, that's another thing, the narrative that there can be, like, there's nothing wrong with you, that's just who you are. No, there are things that can be wrong with me, and I'm going to fix them. It is my job to fix those things and to not fit in with society, but it is my job to make sure that I function in society. It is my job to make sure that I am not making my burdens other people's problems. Now, if I have friends and family who want to help me with my burdens, that's perfectly fine. But it is not everybody else's job to deal with my burdens. And this is how all of the people in my family are raised. I know, that wasn't meant to be a dump. I've talked about this before. I had a rough relationship with my parents, as well as with one of my uncles. It's nothing that bothers me these days. And therapy can help. A lot of therapy is designed to keep people in therapy for the rest of their lives. I think that having a functional community and your proper education and upbringings is far more functional than therapy. Good therapists will help, but good therapists are also few and far between because the industry thrives on lifelong customers. You know, people who are constantly on medication, people who are constantly having to come back for therapy. The industry thrives on those things. And I'm sorry, I got off on a bit of another ramble here. I didn't mean for that. My daughter's trauma causes her to freeze and fight or flight, so loud noises, deer in headlights, which causes the principal faculty to call her disrespectful. And that's one of those things where you have to have teachers and adults in her life who are willing to help her work through that. Because obviously if she's out in the world where she's having to deal with strangers aren't going to know that. And it's very hard for strangers to then have to be conscious of those things. And while it would be nice if everybody was polite and conscious of everybody else, it's also unreasonable to expect. So, but the teacher especially, her teachers and her principals and faculty, they should be part of helping her learn to do that. Therapy can help, but on and on can make it worse, right? Because if all of a therapist ever does is just tell you that you're not the problem, the world is the problem, then, you know, it ends up being that now you're expecting the world to cater to you, and that's never going to be how the world works. We're trying to make it that way, and it's causing society to crumble. But the world will never be at a point where it's just going to do what you want and need it to do. And while it would be nice if the world was just exactly as I want and expect it to be, but sadly that's not the way that the world has ever worked, and it will never work. I've had trauma response on stream, I freeze and fight response. I'm constantly fighting, and it is difficult. It is a very difficult thing to deal with, and it's something that we should be sympathetic with in our friends and family, and you know, expect it. I was very blunt with my therapist. I want the tools, not a lifelong relationship with it. And I think, again, like, one of the big things that needs to be brought back into fashion is personal accountability and responsibility. We talked about that a little bit earlier. We have to be willing to take accountability for the things that are wrong with us and the things that we can fix, and learn to mitigate the things that we can. We are working with her at home and trying to get her the support she needed to, and that makes you a wonderful parent. Because it's so much better to teach a child to learn to function within their dysfunctions than to teach them that other people should have to cater to them. Because you set them up for failure when you do that. If you teach your child, like, look, this is something that you're going to have to deal with, and we're going to help give you the tools to deal with it. Beautiful. That's what's going to make your child as successful as they possibly can be within the guardrails of life. But if you say, just expect everybody else to deal with this for you, you're setting them up for failure, because it's impossible. It will never happen. Because human beings, I've talked about this, we're inherently selfish. We're inherently selfish and guarded, and you can never change that. So many people have tried to change that, but it never goes away. It is a part of human nature. So setting people up to be able to live in the real world and to be able to deal with what's actually going to happen is the best and most loving thing you can do to your children, especially, is to prepare them for the real world as it is going to be. My therapist knows I will cut the relationship if I feel it's becoming clinically useless. Well, and I think one of the things that people get addicted to therapy for is a lot of therapy is designed to make you feel good. It's like, oh, here's somebody who understands me, who accepts me, and all of these things. But more often than not, what you need when you are dealing with trauma is not, oh, I need somebody to accept me. It's, I need somebody to give me the tools to accept what is wrong with me and to be able to work to either mitigate it or fix it. Because you can't always fix it. There are some things you can't fix. Sometimes you've got a wire crossing your brain and it can't be fixed. But you can learn to live a healthy life and mitigate it. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I have two cousins who are autistic. Like, one who is pretty severely autistic, one who is very functional. But the very functional one is on the way to becoming a vascular surgeon, or might already be. I haven't talked to them in ages. But the other one, who is not as highly functioning, is a lawyer. Works as a lawyer. A very functional lawyer. And while there are some concessions that are made by the employer, he's a very good lawyer. He's very good at his job. We tell our oldest all the time, your diagnosis does not excuse your actions. Yeah, and it's one of the, again, like, accountability and responsibility have fallen so far out of order that it's lost people the ability to function and survive on their own. And it's crazy. And I know I got off on a ramble here. I apologize. I'm gonna get up and stretch real quick, and then we'll start the next chapter, and we're just gonna run that one all the way through. I tell every provider, I'm here to heal, not to stay. If you can't do that, he'll find somebody else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we need far more balance, and understand that one of the things I've always told the people who we mentor, because the lady and I have a mentoring group that we work with, is that understanding is meaningless if it cannot be brought into function. If you understand something, but you cannot work it. If I understand a tool, but I don't know how it works. If I understand a tool, but I don't know how to put it into functional work, then that understanding is useless. Or if I refuse to put it into work. If I understand a tool, but I refuse to make it work. If I refuse to use it how it works, then that understanding is useless. That understanding is completely empty. Diagnosis should be what leads you to the tool to function. Absolutely well said. Absolutely. Because now I know the thing. Now I know the thing, I should be able to now work on the thing. But a lot of people, and I think that part of the ethos of today has led to this. A lot of people just want to be catered to rather than ever having to work on themselves. And I don't necessarily say that as an insult or even as an accusation, but we've grown so comfortable that we want to be catered to, and we believe we deserve to be catered to, rather than ever working on things. My MP knows our relationship is built on the assumption that she handles my new file and doesn't use any legal tools on me like involuntary detention. I told her if she used involuntary detention as a means to heal me, I cut the relationship because she's becoming clinically toxic to make that point. Damn, wouldn't that be nice? Yes. All right, and I'm sorry that this got to be such a heavy conversation, friends. I don't even know how we got here, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I do tend to ramble. All right, let me get up and stretch real quick, and I will be right back. I'm gonna put on some music on a BRB for you guys. I'll put on the ladies playlist for you again, because I do want to get through another chapter tonight. At the very least, for this readathon, I want to get through all of The Hobbit and some of the unfinished tales, and I would like to get through some of Beren and Luthien, and maybe through like the first half of the Fellowship of the Rings. I don't know if we'll get there or not. We'll see. Sorry, I have a huge confinement and forced medication. I mean, it's fair. I don't like having not control of my faculties either, Matty, and I don't like being restrained either. I have a friend that mentors. She gives you the tools. The rest is your own bullshit. Which is what the lady and I try to do. When people come to us and they want our help, we do our absolute best to be very straightforward and blunt and give people the tools that they need to succeed and tell them exactly what they're doing that's going to stop them up. Huzzah, I love the ladies' songs. All right, let's get this. I'm going to put you guys on a BRB screen, and that means I will be right back. And then we will start the next chapter, out of the frying pan, into the fire. We'll see you in a minute, my friends.
You might need to refresh the page.
I might need to refresh the page, you say?
remembers its own. Remembers its own. Remembers its own. The frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Breed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's cast, to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise, the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Will be oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
Ooh, right, my friends, I have returned. Argentine, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I couldn't tell that your music wasn't my music. I thought something was wrong with my phone. All right, let's get back into this, my friends. We are now on to the next chapter. Actually, let me make sure I don't need to run ads for our Twitch friends. I don't think we should. Nope, I do. I do need to run ads for our Twitch friends. Alright, Twitch friends, we're gonna have 3 minutes of ads. I do apologize, Twitch makes us do it, but if you sit through it, it does support the tavern just a wee little bit. So we're gonna run 3 minutes, and then we will have an hour without them, and then we will be out of the frying pan and into the fire. I'll see you when you get back. Yes, I have been running D&D campaigns for 20-odd years, and as a matter of fact, one of the first things we did when we started the tavern community was we ran D&D games. I used to do Twitter on D&D on Twitter. We did a short-form game where people could make decisions based on what was going on Twitter, and actually Captain Hoodie and her husband met through that Twitter D&D campaign. And then later on, we did some where I DM'd campaigns for the community. But my D&D campaigns are very intricate, so they are very difficult to run. So we haven't had the opportunity to run another one in a good long while. But I have continuously gotten requests to keep doing more D&D campaigns. So at some point we may bring them back. I've also had a couple of requests to DM for some other influencers, but I've not had time to ever actually do it. So we will. What a wild time that was, yes indeed. I love the name of the chapter. I do too. I think it's absolutely apt. Things fare well, Argentine. How are you? I hope you're doing pretty good. I liked it. It's pretty good music. Yeah, the lady has good taste in music, I think. She's got good taste overall. Can I add my name to the list? You certainly can, Hannah. If ever I do another community game, I feel like it'll probably be a massive game, and a lot of people will want to be involved. I don't know how we'll pick the players, to be honest, because we've had the request for me to do another community game consistently going on for the last 4 years, because I think the last one was 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. I have been listening to the same kind lately, and that's why I got confused. Oh, I see, I see. Roll the dice. I mean, that would really be the only fair way, is to sort of like have a raffle for it, where everybody puts their names in and it's random. Because I think that right now we've probably got like 40 people on the waiting list to be in one of our D&D campaigns. Maybe a small group at first and do it on a stream night. That would probably be the only way I would be able to justify doing it. Is to have it be during a stream, and it would have to count as a story time, which means that we would have to bring back game nights. See, that's what we had done before, Argentinus. We had two groups. The lady was DMing one group, and I was DMing the other. And then the lady ended up taking over both because I was spending so much time working on stories. The big thing is, and this is with all D&D, is that whoever ends up being in would have to be willing to commit to the full campaign, because for the lady and I, it would still have to count as work. Because if we're doing it, it would have to be a part of our work process, so it would have to be done on stream or something of the like. And so anybody who is involved would have to commit to being there for all of the bringing back game nights. Oh no, says Gunnar.
Not that.
The lady and I have been talking very seriously about bringing back game streams, but I just don't know. I just don't know, because it would only have to be on Twitch and Kick. But we I don't know. We'll have to figure something out, because I know a lot of people still want our opinions on games and want to get our feedback and stuff to game. Oh no, a game that we'd all enjoy. Yeah. Well, because I know that I've had a couple of people message me and say they want me to finish the Fallout series because the boy and I were playing Fallout. I've had a couple of people, Fafnir's Fool, hello, welcome in, thank you for the follow. You've marked us on your map and you couldn't find your way back again the next time you seek a story.
Well, I think it's fair that if a character dies, a new player would come.
Yeah, I mean, that would have to be what we would do. Either that, or if somebody drops out and misses a session, somebody else then would get to play in their spot for that night. And then if somebody dies, somebody would get to take their spot. I think would have to be how it would go.
We could have guest people that just come temporarily.
Yeah, that's true.
Portions of a quest, you know?
And what we're talking about here is something that requires a ridiculous amount of planning and diligence. So who is to know if we could actually get that sort of thing done? Who knows? I'd be willing to try, though. I'd be willing to try. Yeah, Destiny Neri went a night without falling asleep in previous D&D campaigns, and she used to fall asleep every night during story time as well. But she's getting much better about it. She only possums every now and again. Hippie, you said driving home now. Be safe. Make sure you're driving safely. All right, friends, we are on our last hour for the night. Since I did take a 10-minute break, I will give an extra 10 minutes on to story time tonight. So we're going to be on for another hour, and just another hour. We'll be on for another hour. Unless we get to 40 viewers on Twitch and keep it for more than 15 minutes, we are going to be off at 4 hours tonight. It sounds like a lot of work. It is a lot of work. I love it. I love to DM. I love to do these stories. And my campaigns are intricate. Because what I do when I make a D&D campaign is I create a whole world with a bunch of things that are going on, and then I plop the characters into one part of the world, and then the characters do things, obviously, but the world is still happening around them, and I'm constantly rolling dice throughout the whole of the game to see if any of those ambient things will encounter the players. And whether the players act on things or not in my games, the world keeps on moving. So if you hear about some unrest in a village nearby, and then you don't go and do anything about it, that could very well turn into a civil war by the time you get around to it. So the way that I run games is chaotic and very difficult. I don't often kill off players, but it does get to be quite insane. Also, still not sure how a robot has a skeleton. Castle, remember Don't Die Together? Destiny plays the one character that makes lightning. Yeah. Nate says, sign me up. Kimmy says, yay, chaos. Yeah, these campaigns are absolute chaos. So if we ever did one, I think that people would probably either love or hate it. I don't know. I guess we have a couple of our players in here. Well, no, actually, I think Destiny and the lady are the only ones who have played in my campaign who are here, right? None of our other previous players are here. That's a campaign for me. I still have Don't Starve Together and still want to play with somebody. I think we should do a campaign, a community night on Don't Starve Together. Now that the lady and I have better internet and the magic boxes are fixed, I think that was it. They were insane, and you had to take notes or you wouldn't know what was going on, right? Well, and that's because you guys went way further off track than I ever thought you were going to. But yeah, I think we could probably do a Don't Starve Together night. Would you take a level 4 half-wood elf that speaks orc and 2 animals? I think that would be a fine addition to any party. Yeah, I should have known. Are you trying to show off the Valley of Matty's Corpses Castle? We might just do that. I would like to play, granted I haven't ever had a chance to play. I wish I could, I have bad internet. Well, if we do a D&D campaign, good internet wouldn't really be necessary. But if I do host a Don't Starve server, good internet won't really be super necessary because we have good internet. And it's more dependent upon our connection than anybody else's. So if we do a Don't Starve night, then that'll be easy for everybody to get into, but... Well, I ceased counting after 3,200. You asked, and Pint and I have a delivery. Now I shall listen to the Hobbit. Oh, are you Pint's Goblin's friend, Fafnir? Well, welcome in. I'm very glad that you could join us. Kimmy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. For all of the new folks, I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore, and every now and again, I read you all a bedtime story. Tonight we are in the midst of our Read-A-Thon, 3 days in, and we are on chapter 6 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. And we're just about to begin again.
For another giveaway.
I think we can get through a few pages before we go to the next giveaway.
Do I need to pour my coffee?
Oh, no, I need to. Oops. Stop it. Sorry, guys. I'll give you guys a couple extra minutes. I gotta make the lady coffee real quick.
I can make it.
No, stop it. 6.
minutes.
It's funny. I always mute the mic when I get up. I didn't mute it just now. I always mute the mic when I get up because like there's always like those streamer things where somebody says something embarrassing. Marina, thank you for Marina, good lord, thank you for the bits. I get up and you walk away and then you throw bits at me. Thank you kindly, I appreciate that. This is the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. I actually haven't made a character since I was a kid. I might need some help. Yeah, we actually have a whole Discord server that is set up for teaching people how to play D&D, Nate. So if you're not in the regular guild Discord, you should join that, and then you can get added on to our D&D Discord if you'd like. Still a newbie, and it's still so much fun. Well, I prefer to work with newbies, because people who've been in it for a long time, they tend to be difficult for no reason. But yeah, I usually mute the mic because you always see like embarrassing things where like streamers get up and then they say something. And I've always thought it was funny. I always thought it would be funny to get up and just say something mean about you guys after I got up, so you would think I did it on accident. So you guys would think I actually said something mean about you on accident, like, oh, can you believe these dummies come into the tavern all the time, suckers, or something. But I also don't want you guys to think I'm serious, so. So I've never done it, but I've always thought about it because it's just, I don't know, to me it would be funny because you guys know that I love you all, so. Nah, spread that love, Dad. Yeah. Oh, I suppose I could have put more music on for you guys. Since I just left you all here with nothing. Sorry. We'll put this back on. My apologies. Newbies and veterans are welcome, and you can learn a lot along the way. Yeah, absolutely. Yay, Hippie made it home safe. Heck, I barely know what I'm doing, and I'm still having so much fun. D&D is really fun if you do it, if you teach people right. Like I said, a lot of the people who have been in it for a long time tend to kind of have sticks up their butt about it. But if you like, I taught 20 people how to play D&D using Twitter. Like we did Twitter D&D, where everybody was playing through Twitter, and I was putting out prompts and videos, and then people were responding them. And we taught 20 people to play that way. And if you really are like good, like if you teach people in a way where you're trying to get them to have fun and enjoy the game, then it's not difficult to learn, and you can have fun, and you can enjoy yourself, even with very minimal knowledge of how to play the game. They can hear you, Lovey. The mic is on. You want to talk to them, talk to them. I don't know if she can hear me. Lovey.
Yes.
Oh, nothing. I didn't know if you could hear me or not. Reading. The mic is unmuted if you want to talk.
Who wants to do that?
I would say, or if you want to do like I just said and pretend like the mic isn't muted and say something mean about them, you can do that too. My love for messing with people sometimes goes too far, which is why I can't let those intrusive thoughts win. Like I said, every time I get up to go and do something and I mute the mic, I'm like, oh, I should just leave it unmuted and I should say something wild and out of pocket. Just to freak people out. My brain gets away from me on those things sometimes. But I don't do it because I'm an adult and I have full control of my faculties. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to. Because I am an adult. On a little bit. I think the most embarrassing thing that they could probably hear me do if I left the mic on is coming over and baby talking at you. Well, no, not big, like what I normally do. I'm like you know, like that. Like that would be so embarrassing if they heard how much I loved you. Yeah, no, so I get to that. I just realized that this... Oh, it is playing. Just playing very lowly because I didn't turn it up. Alright, and I'll shut up for a minute so you guys...
Under the weight of the silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain. Of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin retreats to her cave in the mist, where the frost and the shadows have finally kissed. She leaves her blue staff in the mud and the clay, as the sun warmth of breed washes winter away. The pulse of the forest is starting to beat in the rhythm of water and soft cloven feet.
All right, my friends, I have returned.
Dies a thousand
Go ahead and
mirrors for the
pause this again. Bring this back up. Turn that down. And Monbraida, hello! Welcome in. Unfortunately, people do not always have a sense of humor. Yes. That is, more often than not, people do not have a sense of humor, sadly. But welcome in, friends. Grab your seats. We're about to start back up again. Unfortunately, time to get ready for bed. Well, I will read to you until you are ready to go to sleep, Hippie. How about that? And we're going to get right back into this. I didn't miss anything important, did I, love you? No questions or anything that I need to answer? My darling.
I'm sorry.
I said, is there any questions that I needed to answer or anything? All right, then. We can get right back into this, then. I'm going to fill my tankard. Fill your drinks, friends. We're going right back into the next chapter. Don't worry, Dungeon Dad. I'll keep the positivity up. I appreciate you, Kimmy. Thank you kindly. Dungeon Dad is a new one for me. It's more flattering than what I usually get called in the dad range, so I'll take it. We will not revitalize any of the old dad nicknames for Castle. I'm home just in time for the next chapter. Just a drink I bought you in the tavern. Yes, thank you, Frost. I appreciate you. Everybody enjoy a drink around on the Frost Beard for the whole tavern. I prefer that rather than DM. That is a much more wholesome name than DM, to be sure. And it's nicer than what my players call me sometimes, too, so. I was sent here by Pint Goblin. He speaks highly of you, so I came. Well, welcome in, Brida. I'm very glad that you could join us. Pint Goblin is an exceptional patron of the tavern, so we will take any recommendation from the Pint Goblin. Welcome in. I'm Castle. This is my tavern. Here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. Every now and again, I read you all a story. Tonight we are in The Hobbit, and now we are heading into the frying pan, and then into the fire. What's your favorite chapter in The Hobbit? Mine is Mirkwood. That's a good question. I am probably between the Bjorn chapter, the second chapter. Oh, no. I'm between the first chapter, the Bjorn chapter, and the chapter, let's see, Inside Information, which is where Frodo is speaking with Smaug. I would be in between those ones, Kroll. I want to say, is that so, Daddy Dragon? But I'm 100% sure I'll get whooped. Maddie, you should get whooped, because that's more or less what people used to call me in stream all the time, was Papa Dragon or Daddy Castle. Were the nicknames that were used for a very long time, and I am glad that they died. My mom gagged when I read that out loud, by the way. Yeah, as she should. I just wish I had my old crew together. No, your dad, DM. I like this Bjorn, Riddles in the Dark, and Mirkwood. Yeah. All right, friends, let's get back into it. Here we go. Yeah, that was the most common usage back in the day. Back when I first started doing this. Papa Dragon, I don't mind so much because that one actually comes from like way, way back in the day. I ran a company called Punktown, and the people who worked with the company just called me Papa Dragon and then called my brother Mama Smith because his nickname was Smithy because he would always forget to introduce himself. So people would just call him Smith. Now he's reading me a good bedtime story. That's what we do. And if you enjoy storytelling and lore and myth and history, Kimmy, you'll find all sorts of history, myth, and storytelling and book. And occasionally I do a D&D or magic or fiction-based, but we do all sorts of storytelling in our short and long videos. So you'll find yourself in good company here in the tavern. They could call you Dungeon Daddy, but that's leading into oh yeah, I mean, look. Papa Dragon is an old... Yeah, that one's been around for a long time. And plenty of waffles, of course. Plenty of waffles. Story time! Yes, indeed, Goblin. Yes, indeed. Let's begin. Chapter 6 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Out of the frying pan. Into the fire. Bilbo had escaped the goblins, but he did not know where he was. He had lost hood, cloak, food, pony, his buttons, and his friends. He wandered on and on till the sun began to sink westward behind the mountains. Their shadows fell across Bilbo's path, and he looked back. Then he looked forward and could see before him only tiny ridges and slopes, falling towards lowlands and plains, glimpsed occasionally between the trees.
"Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "I seem to have got right to the other side of the Misty Mountains, right on the edge of the land beyond. Where, oh, where can Gandalf and the dwarves have got to? I only hope to goodness that they're not still back there in the power of the goblins."
He still wandered on, out of the little high valley, over its edge and down the slopes beyond, but all the while a very uncomfortable thought was growing inside of him. He wondered whether he ought not, now he had the magic ring, to go back into the horrible, horrible tunnels and look for his friends. He had just made up his mind that it was his duty, that he must turn back, and very miserable he felt about it when he heard voices. He stopped and listened. It did not sound like goblins, so he crept forward carefully. He was on a stony path winding downwards with a rocky wall on the left hand. On the other side, the ground sloped away, and there were dells below the level of the path overhung with bushes and low trees. In one of these dells, under the bushes, people were talking. He crept still nearer. Suddenly he saw, peering between two big boulders, a head with a red hood on it. It was Balin, doing lookout. He could have clapped and shouted for joy, but he did not. He still had the ring on, for fear of meeting something unexpected and unpleasant, and he saw that Balin was looking straight at him without noticing him.
"I will give them all a surprise," he thought,
as he crawled into the bushes at the edge of the dell. Gandalf was arguing with the dwarves. They were discussing all that had happened to them in the tunnels, and wondering and debating what they were to do now. The dwarves were grumbling, and Gandalf was saying that they could not possibly go on with their journey, leaving Mr. Baggins in the hands of the goblins, without trying to find out at least if he was alive or dead, and without trying to rescue him. "After all, he is my friend," said the wizard, "and not a bad little chap. I feel responsible for him. I wish to goodness you had not lost him." The dwarves wanted to know why he'd ever been brought at all, why he could not stick to his friends and come along with them, and why the wizard had not chosen someone with more sense.
"There's been far more trouble than use so far," said one. "If we've got to go back now into those abominable tunnels to look for him, then drat him, I'd say."
Gandalf answered angrily, "I brought him, and I don't bring things that are of no use. Either you help me look for him, or I can go and leave you here to get out of this mess as best you can yourselves. If we can only find him again, you will thank me before all is over." Whatever did you want to go and drop him for, Dory? You would have dropped him, said Dory, if a goblin had suddenly grabbed your legs from behind in the dark and chipped up your feet, kicked you in the back. Then why didn't you pick him up? Good heavens, can you ask? Goblins fighting and biting in the dark? Everybody falling over bodies and hitting one another. You nearly chopped off my head with Glamdring, and Thorin was stabbing here and there and everywhere with Orcrist. All of a sudden, you gave one of your blinding flashes, and we saw goblins running back yelping. You shouted, "Follow me, everybody," and everybody ought to have followed. We thought everyone had, and there was no time to count, as you know quite well, till we had dashed through the gate guards out of the lower door and helter-skelter down here. And here we are, without the burglar, confiscate him. And here is the burglar, said Bilbo, stepping down into the middle of them and slipping off the ring. Blessed me, how they jumped, and then they shouted with surprise and delight. Gandalf was as astonished as any of them, but probably more pleased than all the others. He called to Balin and told him that he thought of a lookout man who let people walk right to them like that without warning. It is a fact that Bilbo's reputation went up a very great deal with the dwarves after this. If they had still doubted that he was really a first-class burglar, in spite of Gandalf's words, they doubted no longer. Balin was the most puzzled of all, but everyone said it was a very clever bit of work. Indeed, Bilbo was so pleased... Oop, you know what? I just realized that I don't have the TikTok... Yeah, okay, just making sure. TikTok tends to try and kick us off, so I have to make sure that I... You yeeted yourself. Don't do that. Yeeting yourself is not acceptable. All right. Indeed, Bilbo was so pleased with their praise that he just chuckled inside and said nothing whatsoever about the ring. And when they had asked him how he did it, he said, "Oh, just crept along, you know, very quietly and carefully." Well, it's the first time even a mouse has crept along carefully and quietly under my nose and not been spotted, said Balin. And I'd take my hood off to you, which he did. Balin, at your service, he said. Your servant, Mr. Baggins, said Bilbo. Then they wanted to know all about his adventures after they had lost him, and he sat down and told them everything, except about the finding of the ring. Not just now, he thought. They were particularly interested in the riddle competition and shuddered most appreciatively at his deception of Gollum. And then I couldn't think of any other question with him sitting beside me, ended Bilbo. So I said, "What is it I've got in my pocket?" And he couldn't guess in 3 goes. So I said, "What about your promise? Show me the way out." And he came at me to kill me, and I ran and fell over, and he missed me in the dark. And then I followed him, and because I heard him talking to himself, he thought I really knew the way out. And so he was making for it, and then he sat down at the entrance, and I could not get by. So I jumped over him and escaped and ran down to the gate. What about the guards? They asked. Weren't there any? Oh, yes, lots of them. But I dodged them, got stuck in the door, which was only open a crack, and lost lots of buttons, he said sadly, looking down at his torn clothes. But I squeezed through all right, and here I am. The dwarves looked at him with quite a new respect. When he talked about dodging guards and jumping over Gollum and squeezing through, as if it were not very difficult or very alarming. What did I tell you? Said Gandalf, laughing. Mr. Baggins is more about him than you guess. He gave Bilbo a strange sort of look from under his bushy eyebrows as he said this, and the hobbit wondered if he'd guessed at part of his tale that he had left out. Then he had questions of his own to ask. For if Gandalf had explained it all by now to the dwarves, Bilbo had not heard it. He wanted to know how the wizard had turned up again and where they had all got to now. The wizard, to tell the truth, never minded explaining his cleverness more than once. So now he told Bilbo that both he and Elrond had been well aware of the presence of evil goblins in that part of the mountains, but their main gate used to come out on a different pass, one more easy to travel by, so that they often caught people benighted near their gates. Evidently, people had given up that way, and the goblins must have opened their new entrance at the top of the pass the dwarves had taken, quite recently, because it had been found quite safe up to now. I must see if I can find more or less a decent giant to block it up again, said Gandalf. Or soon there will be no getting over the mountains at all. As soon as Gandalf had heard Bilbo's yell, he realized what had happened. In a flash, he kicked the goblins that were grabbing him. He had nipped inside of the crack just as it snapped to, and he followed after the drivers and prisoners right at the edge of the great hall, and there he sat down and worked his magic as best he could in the shadows. A very ticklish business it was, he said. Touch and go. But of course, Gandalf had made a special study of bewitchments with fire and lights. Even the hobbits had never forgotten the magic fireworks at old Took's Midsummer Eve parties, as you remember. The rest we all know, except that Gandalf knew all about the back door, as the goblins called the lower gate, where Bilbo lost his buttons. As a matter of fact, it was well known to anybody who was acquainted with this part of the mountains, but it took a wizard to keep his head in the tunnels and guide them in the right direction. They made that gate ages ago, he said, partly as a way to escape, if they needed one, partly as a way out into the lands beyond, where they still come in the dark and do great damage. They guard it, always, and no one has ever managed to block it up. They will guard it doubly after this, he laughed. All the others laughed too. After all, they had lost a good deal, but they had killed the great goblin and a great many others besides, and they had all escaped. So they might be said to have had the best of it so far. But the wizard called them to their senses. We must be getting on at once. Now we are a little rested, he said. They will be out after us in hundreds and when the night comes, and already shadows are lengthening. They can smell our footsteps for hours after we have passed. We must be miles on before dusk. There will be a bit of moon if it keeps fine, and that is lucky. Not that they mind the moon much, but it will give us a little light to steer by. Oh, yes, he said in answer to more questions from the hobbit. You lose track of time inside goblin tunnels. Today is Thursday, and it was Monday night or Tuesday morning when we were captured. We have gone miles and miles and come right down to the heart of the mountain, and are now on the other side. Quite a shortcut, but we are not at the point to which our pass would have brought us. We are too far north and have some awkward country ahead. We are still pretty high up. Let's get on. I am dreadfully hungry, groaned Bilbo, who was suddenly aware that he had not had a meal since the night before last. Just think of that for a hobbit. His stomach felt all empty and loose and his legs all wobbly, now that the excitement was over. Can't be helped, said Gandalf, unless you'd like to go back and ask the goblins nicely to let you have your pony back in your luggage. No, thank you, said Bilbo. Very well, then. We must just tighten our belts and trudge on, or we shall be made into supper, and that will be as much worse than having none ourselves. As they went on, Bilbo looked from side to side for something to eat, but the blackberries were still only in flower, and of course there were no nuts, not even hawthorn berries. He nibbled on a bit of sorrel, and he drank from a small mountain stream that crossed the path, and he ate 3 wild strawberries that he found on its bank. But it was not much good. Here is little Bilbo. Ooh, let's see, what does it look like? There's little Bilbo eating his weeds on the side. They still went on and on. The rough path disappeared, and the bushes and the long grasses between the boulders, the patches of rabbit outcrop turf and thyme and sage and marjoram and the yellow rock roses all vanished, and they found themselves at the top of a wide and steep slope of fallen stones, the remains of a landslide. When they began to go down this, rubbish and small pebbles rolled away from their feet, and soon larger bits of split stone were clattering down, and started other pieces below them slithering and rolling. Then lumps of rock were disturbed and bounded off and crushed down with dust and noise, and before long the whole slope above them and below them seemed to move. And they were sliding away, huddled all together in fearful confusion of slipping, rattling, cracking slabs and stone. It was the trees at the bottom that saved them. They slid into the edge of a climbing wood of pines, and there they stood right up the mountain slope, from the deeper, darker forest of the valleys below. They caught hold of the trunks and swung themselves under the lower branches. Some, like the little hobbit, got behind a tree to shelter from the onslaught of rocks, and soon the danger was over. The slide had stopped, and the last faint crashes could be heard as the largest of the disturbed stones went bounding and spinning among the bracken and the pine roots far below. "Well, that has got us on a bit," said Gandalf, "and even the goblins tracking us will have a job to come down here quietly." "I dare say," grumbled Bomber. "They won't find it difficult to send stones bouncing down on our heads." The dwarves and Bilbo were feeling far from happy, and were rubbing their bruises and damaged legs and feet. "Nonsense! We're going to turn aside here, out of the path of the slide. We must be quick. Look at the light." The sun had long gone behind the mountains, and already the shadows were deepening about them. Though far away through the trees and over the black tops of the growing lower down, they could still see the evening light on the plains beyond. They limped along now as fast as they were able down the gentle slopes of the pine forest, in a slanting path leading steadily southwards. At times they were pushing through a sea of bracken, with tall fronds rising above the hobbit's head. At times they were marching along as quiet, over a floor of pine needles, and all the while the forest gloom got heavier and the forest silence deeper. There was no wind that evening to bring even a sea sighing into the branches of the trees. "Must we go any further?" asked Bilbo, when it was so dark that he could only just see Thorin's beard wagging beside him, and so quiet that he could hear the dwarves breathing like a loud noise. "My toes are all bruised and bent, and my legs ache, and my stomach is wagging like an empty sack." "Just a bit further," said Gandalf, and after what seemed ages further they came suddenly to an opening where no trees grew. The moon was up and was shining into the clearing. Somehow it struck all of them as not at all a nice place. Altogether there was nothing wrong to see. Although there was nothing wrong to see. All of a sudden they heard a howl away down the hill, a long shuddering howl. It was answered by another away to the right and a good deal nearer to them, then by another not far away to the left. It was wolves howling at the moon, wolves gathering together. There were no wolves living near Mr. Baggins's hole at home, but he knew that noise. He had had it described to him often enough in tales. One of his elder cousins, on the Took side, who had been a great traveller, used to imitate it to frighten him. To hear it out of the forest under the moon was too much for Bilbo. Even magic rings are not of much use against wolves, especially against the evil packs that lived under the shadow of the goblin-infested mountains, over the edge of the wild on the borders of the unknown. The wolves of that sort smell keener than goblins and do not need to see you to catch you.
What shall we do? What shall we do? He cried. Escaping goblins to be caught by wolves,
he said, and it became a proverb, though now we say,
out of the frying pan and into the fire,
in the same sort of uncomfortable situations. Quick, up the trees! Cried Gandalf, and they ran to the trees at the edge of the glade, hunting for those that had fairly low branches or were slender enough to swarm up. They found them as quick as ever they could. You can guess, and up they went as high as ever they could trust the branches. You would have laughed from a safe distance if you had seen the dwarves sitting up in the trees with their beards dangling down like old gentlemen, gone cracked and playing at being boys. Feely and Keely were at the top of a tall lark, like the enormous Christmas tree. Dori, Nori, Ori, Oin and Gloin were more comfortable in a huge pine, with regular branches sticking out at intervals like the spokes of a wheel. Beaver, Bofer, Bomber, and Thorin were in another. Dwalin and Balin had swarmed up a tall, slender fir with a few branches and were trying to find a place to sit in the greenery of the topmost boughs. Gandalf, who was a good deal taller than the others, had found a tree in which they could not climb, a large pine standing at the very edge of the glade, and he was quite hidden in its boughs, but you could see his eyes gleaming in the moon as he peeped out. And Bilbo, he could not get into any tree, and was scuttling about from trunk to trunk like a rabbit that had lost its hole and has a dog after it.
You've left the burglar behind again,
said Nori to Dori, looking down.
I can't always be carrying burglars on my back, said Dori. Down tunnels and up trees. What do you think I am, a porter?
He'll be... hang on. It's been a while since Thorin talked. He'll be eaten if you don't do something, said Thorin, for there were howls all around them now, getting nearer and nearer. Dori! He called for Dori, who was the lowest down and the easiest tree. Be quick and give Mr. Baggins a hand up. Dori was really a decent fellow in spite of his grumbling. Poor Bilbo could not reach his hand even when he climbed down to the bottom branch, and hung his arm as far as ever he could. So Dori actually climbed out of the tree and let Bilbo scramble up to stand on his back. And just the moment the wolves trotted howling into the clearing, all of a sudden there were hundreds of eyes looking at them, and still Dori did not let Bilbo down. He waited until he'd clambered off his shoulders into the branches, and then he jumped for the branches himself, only just in time. And here is a lovely illustration of all of the dwarves in their tree with Mr. Baggins there at the bottom, as you can see. Darcy Loo-Hoo, welcome into the tavern, my friend. So very glad that you could join us. You have marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Okay, everyone, definitely time for bed for me. Good night, Kimmy, rest well. Good night, Hippie, rest well. I read Kimmy in the thing that you just wrote. Good night, Hippie, rest well. I hope you have a wonderful night. Moments you know you made a bro for life. Yes, indeed. Well, Kimmy, the tavern is a place for stories. It would be a shame if I didn't let you guys experience the whole of the story. To be honest, I'd completely forgotten it was St. Paddy's, otherwise it would have been ours too. I know these books are beautiful. I love illustrated editions of books, especially when the artists really have a particular style and they put a lot of effort into it. I absolutely I love it. I love it. If you are off to bed, good night, Kimmy. Rest well. We will be on every single day this week, but if you want to make sure that you are here for every story time, tomorrow's, Fridays, and Saturdays will only be on the Twitch portal, but Thursday and Sunday will still be on everything. We have 5 portals open. You can come in through TikTok, Twitch, Kick, Facebook, or YouTube. Whatever is your preferred viewing platform. I've accidentally worn green on St. Patrick's Day every year somehow. It's ingrained in you. A wolf snapped at his cloak as he swung up and nearly got him. In a minute, there was a whole pack of them yelping all around the tree and leaping at the trunk with eyes blazing and tongues hanging out. But even the wild wogs, for so the evil wolves under the edge of the wild were named, cannot climb trees. For a time they were safe. Luckily it was not warm, not windy. Trees are not very comfortable to sit in for a long at any time, but in the cold and wind, with wolves all around below waiting for you, they can be a perfectly miserable place. This glade in the ring of trees was evidently a meeting place of the wolves. More and more kept coming in. They left guards at the foot of the tree in which Dory and Bilbo were, and then went snuffing about till they had smelt out every tree that had anyone in it. These they guarded too, while the rest, hundreds and hundreds it seemed, went and sat in the great circle in the glade, and made the circle, and in the middle of the circle was a great grey wolf. He spoke to them in the dreadful language of the wargs. Gandalf understood it, Bilbo did not, but it sounded terrible to him. And as if their talks were about cruel and wicked things as it was. Every now and then all the wargs in the circle would answer their great chief all together, and their dreadful clamour almost made the hobbit fall out of his pine tree. I will tell you what Gandalf heard, though Bilbo did not understand it. The wargs and the goblins often helped one another in wicked deeds. The goblins do not usually venture very far from their mountains, unless they are driven out or are looking for new homes, or are marching to war, which I am glad to say has not happened for a long while. But in those days, they sometimes used to go on raids, especially to get food or slaves to work for them. Then they often got wargs to help and shared the plunder with them. Sometimes they rode on wolves like men do on horses. Now it seemed that the great goblin raid had been planned for that very night. The wargs had come to meet the goblins, and the goblins were late. The reason, no doubt, was the death of the great goblin, and all the excitement caused by the dwarves and the Bilbo and the wizard, for whom they were probably still hunting. In spite of the danger of this far land, bold men had of late been trying to make their way back into it from the south, cutting down trees and building themselves a place to live in among the more pleasant woods and in the valleys, and along the river shores. There were many of them, and they were brave and well armed, and even the wargs dared not attack them if there were many together, or in the bright of day. But now they had planned the goblins' help to come up by night upon the villages nearest the mountain. If their plan had been carried out, there would have been none left there the next day. All would have been killed except for the few the goblins kept from the wolves and carried back as their prisoners to the caves. This was dreadful talk to listen to, not only because of the brave woodsmen and their wives and children, but also because of the danger that now threatened Gandalf and his friends. The wargs were angry and puzzled at finding them here in their very meeting place. They thought they were friends of the woodsmen, and were come to spy on them, and would take news of their plan down into the valleys, and then the goblins and the wolves would have a terrible fight on. would have to fight a terrible battle instead of capturing prisoners and devouring people waked suddenly from their sleep. So the wargs had no intention of going away and letting the people up the trees escape. At any rate, not until morning. And long before that, they said, goblin soldiers would be coming down from the mountain. And goblins can climb trees or cut them down. Now you can understand why Gandalf, listening to their growling and yelping, began to be dreadfully afraid. Wizard though he was, and to feel that they were in a very bad place, and had not yet escaped at all. All the same, he was not going to let them have it their own way. Though he could not do very much stuck up in a tall tree, with wolves all around on the ground below. He gathered the huge pine cones from the branches of the tree. Then he set one alight with a bright blue fire, and threw it whizzing down among the circle of the wolves. It struck one on the back, and immediately his shaggy coat caught fire, and he was leaping to and fro, yelping horribly. Then another came, and then another, one in blue flame, one in red, and another in green. They burst on the ground in the middle of the circle, and went off in coloured sparks and smoke. A specially large one hit the chief on the nose, and he leapt into the air 10 feet, and then rushed round and round in the circle, biting and snapping even at the other wolves in his anger and fright. The dwarves and Bilbo shouted and cheered. The rage of the wolves was terrible to see, and the commotion they made filled all the forest. Wolves are afraid of fire at all times, but this was a most horrible and uncanny fire. If a spark got on their coat, it stuck and burned into them, and unless they rolled over quick, they were soon all in flames. Very soon all the glade about were rolling over and over to put out sparks on their back, while those that were burning were running around and howling and setting others alight, till their own friends chased them away, and they fled off down the slopes, crying and yammering and looking for water. "What is all of this uproar in the forest tonight?" said the Lord of Eagles. He was sitting black in the moonlight on the top of a lonely pinnacle of rock on the eastern edge of the mountains. "I hear wolves' voices. Are the goblins at mischief in the woods?" He swept up into the air, and immediately 2 of his guard from the rocks at either hand leapt to follow him. They circled up into the sky and looked down upon the ring of the wargs, a tiny spot far below. But eagles have keen eyes, and they can see small things at a great distance. The Lord of the Eagles of the Misty Mountains had eyes that could look at the sun unblinking, and could see a rabbit moving on the ground a mile below, even in the moonlight. So though he could not see the people in the trees, he could make out the commotion among the wolves, and see the tiny flashes of fire, and hear the howling and yelping come up faint from far beneath him. "Hannah, have a good night." Oh, right, so who's going to sleep? Destiny's going to sleep. Good night, Destiny, our Scorch Queen and Barkeep. Lovely Lady Barkeep, have a good night. Kiss your boys for us, and have yourself a wonderful sleep. We will see you on the morrow. Where was I? Eagles are not kindly birds. Some are cowardly and cruel, but the ancient race of the northern mountains were the greatest of all birds. They were proud and strong and noble-hearted. They did not love goblins or fear them. When they took any notice of them at all, which was seldom, for they did not eat such creatures, they swooped on them and drove them shrieking back to their caves, and stopped whatever wickedness they were doing. The goblins hated the eagles and feared them, but could not reach their lofty seats or drive them from the mountains. Tonight the Lord of Eagles was filled with curiosity to know what was afoot, so he summoned many other eagles to him, and they flew away from the mountains, and slowly circling ever round and round, they came down and down and down towards the ring of wolves and the meeting place of the goblins. And a very good thing, too. Dreadful things had been going on down there. The wolves had caught fire and fled into the forest and had set it all alight in several places. It was high summer, and on the eastern side of the mountain there had been little rain for some time. Yellowing bracken, fallen branches, deep piled pine needles, and here and there dead trees were soon in flame. All round the clearing of the wargs fire was leaping. But the wolf gods did not leave the trees. Maddened and angry, they were leaping and howling round the trunks and cursing the dwarves in their horrible language, with their tongues hanging out and their eyes shining red and fierce as the flames. Then suddenly the goblins came running up yelling. They thought the battle with the woodmen was going on, but they soon learned what really had happened. Some of them actually sat down and laughed. Others waved their spears and clashed their shafts against their shield. Goblins are not afraid of fire, and they soon had a plan which seemed to them most amusing. Some got all the wolves together into a pack, and some stacked ferns and brushwood around the tree trunks. Others rushed around and stamped and beat and stamped until nearly all the flames were put out. But they did not put out the fire nearest the trees where the dwarves were. That fire they fed with leaves and dead branches and bracken. Soon they had a ring of smoke and flame all around the dwarves, a ring which they kept from spreading outwards, but it closed in slowly, till the running fire was licking the fuel piled underneath the trees. Smoke was in Bilbo's eyes. He could feel the heat of the flames, and through the reek he could see the goblins dancing round and round in a circle, like people round a midsummer bonfire. Outside the ring of dancing warriors with spears and axes stood the wolves in a respectful distance, watching and waiting, and he could hear the goblins beginning a horrible song.
15.
Hang on.
15 birds, 5 fire trees, the feathers were fanned in a fiery breeze. But funny little birds, they had no wings. Oh, what shall we do with the funny little things? Roast them alive or stew them in a pot, fry them, boil them, and eat them hot.
Then they stopped and shouted,
Fly away, little birds, fly if you can. Come down, little birds, and we'll get you roasted in your nest. Sing, sing, little birds, why don't you sing?
"Go away, little boys," shouted Gandalf in answer. "It isn't birds' nesting time, and also naughty little boys that play with fire get punished." He said it to make them angry and to show them that he was not frightened of them, though of course he was, wizard though he was. But they took no notice, and they went on singing.
Burn, burn, trees and fern. Shrivel and scorch and fizzling torch, a light of the night for your delight. Yah-hey! Bake them, toast them, fry them, roast them, till beards blaze and eyes glaze, till hair smells and skin cracks. Fat melts and bones black in cinders lie beneath the sky. So dwarves shall die, and light the night for our delight. Yah-hey, yah-hurry-hey, yah-hoy.
And with that yah-hoy, the flames under Gandalf's tree, and in a moment it spread to the others, the bark caught fire, and the lower branches cracked. Then Gandalf climbed to the topmost of his tree. The sudden splendor flashed from his wand like lightning. He'd got ready to spring down from the high right among the spears of the goblins. That would have been the end of him, though he would have probably killed many of them as they came hurtling down like a lightning bolt. But he never leapt. Just in that moment, the Lord of Eagles swept down from above and seized him in his talons, and he was gone. There was a howl of anger and surprise from the goblins. Loud cried the Lord of the Eagles, to whom Gandalf had now spoken. Back swept the great birds that were with him, and down they came like huge black shadows. The wolves yammered and gnashed their teeth. The goblins yelled and stamped with rage and flung their heavy spears into the air in vain. Over them swooped the eagles, and the dark rush of their beating wings smote them to the floor or drove them far away. Their talons tore at goblin faces. Other birds flew to the treetops and seized the dwarves, who were scrambling up now as far as they ever dared to go. Poor little Bilbo was very nearly left behind again. He had just managed to catch hold of Dory's leg as Dory was borne off last of all. And up they went, together above the tumult and the burning, Bilbo swinging in the air with his arms nearly breaking. Now, far below, the goblins and wolves were scattering far and wide in the woods. A few eagles were still circling and sweeping above the battleground. The flames about the trees sprang suddenly up above the highest branches. They went up into the crackling fire. There was a sudden flurry of sparks and smoke. Bilbo had escaped only just in time. Soon the light of the burning was faint below, a red twinkling on the black floor, and they were high up in the sky, rising all the time in the strong sweeping circles. Bilbo never forgot that flight, clinging on to Dory's ankles. He moaned, my arms, but Dory groaned, my legs, my poor legs. At the best of times, heights made Bilbo giddy. He used to turn awkward if he ever looked over the edge of quite a little cliff. And he had never liked ladders, let alone trees, never having had to escape from wolves before. So you can imagine how his head swam now when he was looking down between his dangling toes and saw the Darklands opening wide underneath him, touched here and there with the light of the moon on the hillside, rock or a stream in the plains. The pale peaks of the mountains were coming nearer, moonlight spikes of rock sticking out of the black shadows. Summer or not, it seemed very cold. He shut his eyes and wondered if he could hold on any longer. Then he imagined what would happen if he did not, and he felt sick. The flight ended only just in time for him. Just before his arms gave way, he loosed Dory's ankles with a gasp and fell into the rough platform of the Eagle's Eyrie. There he lay without speaking, and his thoughts were a mixture of surprise at being saved from the fire and fear lest he fall off that narrow place into the deep shadows on either side. He was feeling very strange indeed in his head by this time after the dreadful adventures of the last 3 days. With the next to nothing to eat, he found himself saying aloud,
Now I know what a piece of bacon feels like when it's been suddenly picked up out of the pan with a fork and then put back onto the shelf.
Okay, so here is Gandalf throwing things down at the wolves, and then his tree getting caught afire, and there is one of the great eagles bearing off Dory and Bilbo into the sky. No, you don't, he heard Dory answering, because the bacon knows that it will get back into the pan sooner or later, and it is to be hoped we shan't. Also, eagles aren't forks.
Oh, no, not a bit like storks. Forks, I mean,
said Bilbo, sitting up and looking anxiously at the eagle, who was perched close by. And he wondered what other nonsense he'd been saying, and if the eagles would think it rude. You ought not be rude to an eagle when you are only the size of a hobbit and are up in his eyrie at night. That's very true. And then this is one of my favorite pictures in the whole book, as you get to see the actual size of the great eagles of the Misty Mountains, and their size in contrast to the dwarves and Mr. Baggins there. You know, it is, I love the illustrations in this book, man. Let us continue, my friends. The eagle only sharpened his beak on a stone and trimmed his feathers and took no notice. Soon another eagle flew up. The Lord of Eagles bids you to bring your prisoner to the great shelf, he cried, and was off again. The other seized Dory in his claws and flew away with him into the night, leaving Bilbo all alone. He had just strength to wonder what the messenger meant by prisoners, and to begin to think of being torn up for supper like a rabbit when his own turn came. The eagle came back, seized him in his talons by the back of his coat, and swooped off. This time he only flew a short way. Very soon Bilbo was laid down, trembling with fear, on a wide shelf of rock on the mountainside, and there was no path down onto it save by flying, and no path off it except by jumping over a precipice. There he found all the others sitting on their backs on the mountain wall. The Lord of Eagles also was there, and speaking to Gandalf. It seemed that Bilbo was not going to be eaten after all. The wizard and the Lord of Eagles appeared to know one another slightly, and even to be on friendly terms. As a matter of fact, Gandalf, who had often been in the mountains, had once rendered a service to the Eagles, and healed their lord from an arrow wound. So you see, prisoners had meant prisoners rescued from the goblins only, and not captives of the Eagles. As soon as Bilbo listened to the talk of Gandalf, he realized at last that they were going to escape really and truly from the dreadful mountains. He was discussing plans with the great eagle for carrying the dwarves and himself and Bilbo far away, and setting them down well on their way across the plains below. The Lord of Eagles would not take them anywhere near where men lived. They would shoot us with their great bows of yew, he said. For they would think that we were after their sheep. And at other times they would be right. No, we are glad to cheat the goblin of their sport, and glad to repay our thanks to you. But we will not risk ourselves for dwarves in the southward plains. Very well, said Gandalf. Take us where and as far as you will. We are already deeply obliged to you, but in the meantime, we are famished with hunger. I am nearly dead of it, said Bilbo in a weak little voice that nobody heard. Then that perhaps can be mended, said the Lord of Eagles. Later on, you might have seen a bright fire on a shelf of rock, and the figures of the dwarves round it cooking and making fine roasting smells. The eagles had brought up dry boughs for fuel, and they had brought rabbits and hares and a small sheep. The dwarves managed all the preparations. Bilbo was too weak to help, and anyway he was not much good at skinning rabbits or cutting up meat, being used to having all of it delivered by the butcher all ready to cook. It's a problem many of us would have, I think. Gandalf, too, was lying down after doing his part in setting the fire going, since Oin and Gloin had lost their tinderboxes. Dwarves have never taken matches even yet. So ended the adventure of the Misty Mountains. Soon Bilbo's stomach was feeling full and comfortable again, and he felt that he could sleep contentedly, though really he would have liked a loaf and butter better than the bits of meat roasted on sticks. He slept curled up on a hard rock more soundly than he'd ever done on his feather bed in his own little hole at home. But all night he dreamed of his own house, and wandered in his sleep into all the different rooms looking for something that he could not find nor remember what it looked like. And so ends Chapter 6 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. And see, I won't be able to say the name of the next chapter. I'll show it here. I don't know if you can read it. But I won't be able to say the name of the next chapter because it's an old word and it doesn't mean what you think it means, TikTok. But TikTok gets mad every time I say it in its proper context. So the name of the next chapter is Strange Lodgings, we'll say. Oh, what a wonderful night, and it looks like I ended spectacularly just on time. Valkyrie, I don't know if I said hello to you, but hello, love. I hope that you and Mason are doing quite well. Yes, that is the word. I cannot say that word on TikTok or Twitch, or I get flagged. Because it means strange, or oft, or interesting, or interested. But obviously it has a modern connotation. Years ago it was a slur. It's not used as a slur so much now, but years ago it was a slur. But it has a very particular meaning and context. What it means first is slightly weird, or off, or different, or interesting, is what its classical meaning is. But if I say it at all, yeah. Your singing voice for the goblins made me chuckle. It was just too perfect. I'm glad I nailed it for you, Crow. Thank you for reading, Castle. Good night, Mary Beth. I don't know if I said hello when you came in, but I appreciate you for being here, and I hope you have a wonderful night. We're doing good. I was just telling Milu how we got the illustrated Harry Potter books for Kens. They just came in today. Speaking of which, we will be giving away one illustrated Harry Potter book at the end of the things. What? Oh, we already did. Yeah, we already gave away an illustrated Harry Potter book. Did we? Wait, did we? Who won? Oh, so Teresa won both illustrated books? Yeah, we're giving away an illustrated Harry Potter book. Not today. Okay, so no, it hasn't been won yet. The illustrated Harry Potter book is being given away a different day. Bear, thank you for the bits, my friend. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated, brother. Thank you kindly. Funny, I had to put in a letter to risk the management for verbal that I am verbally. Good luck to all who enter. For now, we're going to do our final giveaway of the evening, my friends, which is this little barrel. Well, one of these, not this one, because obviously I've already opened this one. Your ability to remember everyone by name astounds me. I do my best. You guys are spending the most valuable resource that you have in the tavern, which is your time. And I appreciate you all for it. Do you know when you're giving the Feist books away? Lovey, what day do we have for the paperback collection of the Feist books? Saturday. Saturday, we will be giving away the paperback collection of the Rift War saga. So this is our final giveaway for this evening. So if you would like to win a little keg barrel, I think it's about a gallon, that we're going to try and find a way to print the tavern logo onto. The lady hasn't started the raffle yet. I'll let you guys, it'll pop up when she starts it. So everyone, get yourself over to Twitch if you would like to get a little tavern keg. We're going to try and find a way to put the tavern logo on it, but if we can't, the lady will put it onto a wood sticker, and then you could stick it on here yourself. This is for the United States only, and Bear, because Bear is willing to pay that insane shipping to get it sent out to himself. But this is only available in the US, and the reason why is because we're shipping it from us. So the shipping to anywhere outside the US will be insanely expensive. Even shipping something like this to Canada would cost $20-25, and it's just wild. Not that it would be great, but if you have a file as an SVG, you can make a stencil. I can make a stencil and mail it to you. The lady does have those files, so I wish our engraver had a round function. I'd offer it to engrave the logo. See, because we have a laser engraver, but it won't fit something this size. If I could fit one of the flat ends in, it could do the flat end, and it can do rounded surfaces, but it's just not big enough for stuff like this. It only does flat things. These live things of storytelling are one of my favorite things on YouTube, I must admit. I thank you all for doing this, my friend. It's my absolute pleasure to do it. I'm actually surprised that more folk don't do what we do, but I guess it is quite difficult to make it entertaining and to keep up with everybody. Because just reading really isn't as fun as what is done in the tavern. Because everybody is included, everybody's kind of a part of it, and we're all sort of telling the story together and talking about stories. So it's a little bit different. So I understand that it is difficult to do, but I love it. I love getting to do it. So get yourself a little 32-ounce kegger. Waffles are a bonus, yeah. Well, and I think that people like being able to talk. I think one of the reasons why the tavern has been so successful is because people like being able to talk about things without worrying about offending anybody, because they know that everybody in here is going to stay respectful. Like, we're going to keep everything respectful. We're going to talk like adults. Nobody's going to get overly emotional. Nobody's going to get offended. And that if anybody does break the tavern rules of leave the drama and dogmas and things at the door, and we only talk about things respectfully and directly here. Jaeger says, if I win, I'll chug the keg on camera. Alright, everybody else pull out. Jaeger needs to win. We need that on video. No, I want him to do Sprite. I want him to fill it up with Sprite, and I want him to chug Sprite out of it. I'm 5'4", 100 pounds, and skinny. I'm not a threat to anyone physically, though I'm legally lethal and verbally strange. Best line in the letter I sent to the hospital back. I haven't said it in months, but I love it here because I'm not ignored. Well, and like I said, McDonald's Sprite. Well, yeah, you have to fill it up with McDonald's Sprite, Jaeger. Well, and I am glad that so many of you feel comfortable and loved here. Because the lady and I do our best to make sure that the stories and the events that we do are always focused on everybody. And I know it gets busy, and that's part of, like, one of the downsides of the tavern being successful is that it means that I can't give everybody as much attention as they would like, but I do still do my best to acknowledge everybody when they're in here, even when we are busy. So I think that that's one of the reasons why people like the tavern so much, is that the lady and I actually care that you're all here. We enjoy having you all here, and we don't make it uncomfortable for anybody. Anytime someone brings up the Sprite challenge, all I can think of is the poor bastard that ran into his garage door. Shay says I'm 5'3" and thick. We'll go with thick. Me too, Shay, me too. Although I spell it with 2 Q's. I'm thick with 2 Q's. I think you and DM Mom do a great job. Well, thank you, Kimmy. I hope you'll enjoy all of the things that you encounter here at the tavern. I love it here. It's very comforting, says Stephanie. And honestly, like, none of that was really the intention when we start. Yeah, thick. 2 Q's. I'm 4'3" and thick. I'm 4'3" tall and wide. I prefer 7-Up to Sprite. It depends. It depends. 7-Up is good, and sometimes Sprite is good, and sometimes they're bad. It just depends on where you're getting it from. For everything that has happened to me over the last few years, the tavern has helped me keep my sanity, which was only hanging on by a thread to begin with, so that's impressive, Bear. And I love you, brother. I'm glad that so many people find the tavern to be of comfort and fun, and of reprieve. And I do think that it's a very unique place on the internet. We didn't mean for it to be that way, but the lady and I don't like bickering and fighting, and we love stories. And we thought, you know, if we make this place a place that we would enjoy being in, maybe more folk would enjoy being there too. The tavern is a quaint little place. I'm still saying, because, and that's another one that was hanging on by I don't actually, Matty. I think that I don't think you are sane. Never mind. I think that you're delusional, and you believe you're sane. I don't think you're actually sane, though. Yeah, no, Matty is delusional, not sane, but we make him feel sane when he's here. Dad, I got too hammered too quick. Should I roll for inspiration? You should roll for inspiration. Castle, are you second guessing? No, I'm good. The intention was not to create a place that was, it was not meant to be like an escape or a place of reprieve. When we started the tavern, it was just meant to be a place that would revitalize the love of storytelling and handcrafts. Like, we love the old crafts, we love storytelling, we love, art, and we love all of the different handcrafts, horology, leatherwork, bookbinding, calligraphy. Like, we love these things and the things that the lady and I have done throughout all of our lives. And we wanted this to be a place where those things could be shown and loved and expressed. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you. I paused them. I don't want you guys to have to go through another ad because we're at the end here. So, you got a 16. You passed inspiration. You're good. But yeah, we had just intended this to be a place where we could share our love of storytelling and craft, and it very quickly became a place that people found a reprieve in. And because when we started doing the live story times, it was just me taking questions about lore and answering people's questions. People would ask me questions about mythology and history, and I would answer them. I also hit the wall, so now I have to fight it. The only thing scarier than a Florida man is a Florida woman. That is true. That is the truth of it. I would love to learn how to bookbind. It's actually a project the lady and I are undertaking. I learned how to bookbind when I was very young with my mentor Hester, who I've mentioned before. And one of my uncles is actually a professional bookbinder. One of my uncles and my aunts is a professional bookbinder. And they do really beautiful custom bindings. Brandon, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. You have marked the tavern on your map. Should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. I was raised in Florida. Well, that means that you are resilient, Jody. The wall hurt, but I think I won. You're still here to tell the tale, so that's all right. The old crafts, I spin raw wool on a wheel, and people are interested and also think it's weird. And to some people it is weird, because to some people they think, oh, well, that's not something I've ever seen done, and why don't you just go get it from a store and all of that? So most folk don't get it because they're separated from it. But it is one of those things where you should find a love and respect for the handcrafts, because if it weren't for those things, you would be without clothes, or you would be without food if you don't learn where those things come from. Your videos are the type of conversations I try to enact with my family in. I see. The tavern is one of the main factors that got me through my technician training and helped me decompress and process the training as I went through it. See, and that I don't understand how that could be, but I'm glad that it was. Like, as I just tell stories, I've been doing this my whole life. I've been telling stories my whole life, and it's always been something that brought people together, but I guess I never really appreciated really all the power that there was in storytelling and how it brings people together. And even though I knew it to a degree, I've never really realized it, I guess. It's very rewarding to get the wool directly from the sheep and then create a scarf or sweater. It is. It's insane. It's even when you do something that's a bit more on the gruesome side, like when you have to slaughter and prepare your own meat. It is a little bit sadder because you have to see it, but it also makes you appreciate it more. And when you utilize all of the materials that come from the sacrifice of an animal to sustain you, and you do it with respect and with proper reverence for the creature, it's such a different feeling than it is when you just go and you buy a steak from the store. Oh no, I couldn't slaughter my own meat if I meat a friend. See, in my family, it's part of our adulthood trials. You have to learn how to slaughter your own food and prepare all of the materials so that you respect and love the thing for what it has done for you. Thanks, Dungeon Dad. Good night. Good night, Kimmy. Rest well. It was wonderful to have you. You were an absolute joy. We'll look forward to seeing you back. If you do want to join us for tomorrow's story time, it will only be over on the Twitch portal. But if you're gonna be a TikTok only patron, then you'll be able to find us again here on Thursday, and every day it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. My friend Wesley shared you live, and I liked listening to you read. Oh, Brandon, it was wonderful to have you. I'm glad that one of Wesley's friends could come on in. Thank you kindly for joining us, my friend. All right, are we at the end of the... How much longer do we have for the keg giveaway? Do some ASMR. We'll do... We have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes left. Exclamation point raffle over on Twitch. Am I doing the ASMR, guys? Am I an ASMR guy? Do you guys think I could be an ASM artist? An ASM artiste, as it were. I will not do slurping noises. Nothing irritates me more than when people do gulping and slurping noises into a camera. I'm holding it up so you guys can see it, so you know what you're getting. I'm like Vanna White. I'm presenting it, you know. Only I think I might be a little bit prettier. No, because you're too loud. Thank you, Bethany. I appreciate you being gentle with the way you've said that. Is everybody feeling like the tinglies in the back of their head when I tap on my barrel? I would love to get one of those. Well, Brandon, you've got about 3 minutes to run over to Twitch on twitch.tv/Black Dragon Tavern Gaming and get into the raffle for a chance to win one. I have 2 of these, because we were at one point going to sell these, but they were too expensive, so we decided not to. Because we would have ended up having to sell them for like 50, 60 bucks. And that's just too expensive. They're neat, but they're not worth that much money. Or at least I wouldn't expect you guys to pay that much money for them. Castle, I'm starting to feel like I've brought you to ASMR with Ampy Pie. I don't know. I'm just being honest. I can't think of a ruder way of saying. See, I'm just messing with you, Bethany. I know I'm very loud. I could not be an ASMR artist, to be sure. Falcor does ASMR, and we've definitely rated there a lot. That's true. There is one talking poem, I sit beside the fire, and this one band does a wonderful adaptation of what's your favorite poem song of his? That one. So, Calamitas de Profundis might be the band that you're talking about. I sit beside the fire and dream of all that used to be. Olivia names the chickens chicken and rice, chicken and dumplings, fried chicken. I would love to do ASMR, but my house is too loud, and even my cats yell. Yeah. Well, and obviously we have the boy, and then we get people who come over all the time and talk to the ladies, so it ends up we would never be able to do it. But I could sit here and tap on a barrel for several hours. It's interesting to me that that's actually some people's jobs. Like, some people do ASMR for a living, so they just sit and tap on things. We live in a fascinating world, guys. We live in a fascinating world. Castle, do you have any idea how hard it would be for me to whisper for several hours? I don't know if I could. It is that bad. I have all of Profundus's stuff in a playlist somewhere, Crow. I love their work. I couldn't do ASMR. I'm too sniffly with my chronic sinusitis. I don't remember what you said to prompt me saying this, but the lives as they are today started. Yes. Well, we were talking about what we had originally intended for these things. Again, exclamation point, raffle, guys. You only got a couple of minutes. Hurry up. Get in over on the Twitch portal. The lady and I didn't intend for the story times to be like this. Again, when we started, our whole goal was to get a property somewhere, build a tavern, and build a village so that we could throw festivals. That was our original goal. I knew a Star Wars nerd that named chickens Han Solo and Princess Leia. That's hilarious, Bear. Those are wonderful names. Your content is amazing, but leave ASMR to Falcor. Yeah, I don't think I could do the ASMR thing. All right, The raffle has ended. Are we prepared to see who's gonna get the little barrel? One more. And the winner is Jody. Oh my goodness. Her first week in, and Jody is the winner of the little keg. Look at that. What an absolute legend. My left arm is stuck upside down in the sleeve of this thing. I can't even tell how the elastic is or if I've sewn on my sleeve. Congratulations to Jody the Emeralds Lady for winning your very own little mini keg from the tavern. Again, the lady will attempt to get our logo on here, but if she can't, she will send you a wood sticker that you can stick on yourself. That'll have the little tavern dragon on it. As Jaeger sobs into his drink. Jaeger is a very graceful loser. When Jaeger loses, he's very graceful about it. Tears of joy. LOL, when I saw my name, I can't repeat what I said. LOL. No, now you have to share. Now you have to share. Even if it gets you banned, you have to share with us now. Congratulations, Jody. You guys, these giveaways are so much fun for us. You guys give so much to the lady and I that it is grand for us to be able to give back to you. I need to do my disappearing act to get some rest. Thank you for the stories, Castle. Tavern family, rest well. When you get there, yes indeed. It goes with the letters WTF. Well, Emerald's Lady, go ahead and send us a message here either on Twitch, or you can message myself or the lady over in the Discord guild channels, and she will make sure that we get you on the list for when we mail all the things out at the end of... Yeah, over in the Discord will be fine. She'll make sure that she gets you on the list for when all these things get mailed out at the end of the Read-A-Thon. We're just going to send everything out at once. Gracious or graceful? He is gracious and graceful, both things. But congratulations. I hope that you will enjoy. Wow. Some absolute heaters tonight. Good night, Frost. Everybody say good night to Frost, one of our wonderful barkeeps who keeps us all safe and entertained as we go along. All right, friends. I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you all, but I do not think I have it in me to sing tonight. I have burned my throat out with goblins and Smeagol this evening. So I think that here is where we are going to end. Bless you, my darling. Here is where we're going to end overall. I don't think that I can tonight. I will put in extra songs tomorrow. But yeah, Gollum and the lady could sing one. That's true. She's been sitting over there quite quiet all evening. Her voice is well rested. No, and I fell asleep yesterday. Oh well, different night. What song? So let's see. Let's get a couple of songs. My love, did you have a song that you wanted to do? That goblin song was plenty, huh? You know what? I actually hang on. I might be lying. Hang on. Because this one is gentle. Because Crow had mentioned I sit beside the fire, so I think that I could do this one. But let's have the lady do one first so that I can actually... Because I need to use the facilities, my friend. I've been sitting here so long. That is fine and fair and reasonable. Very good. What would you guys like to hear the lady sing? Or did you have a song you would prefer to sing, my love? She is fine with whatever. And Bethany says, from before us again. Yeah. What about the cashing in of Everett? I could go and steal Everett from his room if you guys really want to see him. I might not be able to join tomorrow, which will mess with my stream streak. I know, Bear, and that is absolutely a bummer. I'll try to be on long enough so that you can get in. Milu says Soldier Poet King, which is one we haven't heard in a while. Good night, Hannah. Hannah says, good night, Master Castle and Lady Una. I will need to head to bed soon. Have a good night, friends. Hope to be back tomorrow. Rest well, Hannah. I'm going to have the ladies sing you guys a couple of songs, and then I will be back to sing you one song myself. I'm going to push this over to her so that she will be able to sing to you all. I don't think I could do Tale of the Shadow tonight, Matty. The lady could try it if she's up for it.
I don't know the actual tune of that. I only know how you sing it.
How I sing it is pretty close to the tune.
Pretty close.
It's pretty close. Not exact, but it's pretty close.
Sorry, Coda. My mom was like, "Don't waste that shake." And I'm like, "Okay."
Are you muted? Are you muted?
Nope. I took like 2 sips. It's just
Very minty. Yeah.
not even the minty part. There's
Oh, we're gonna be in ads here in a second, it looks like.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I snoozed them as many times as I could.
Well, the song is 3 minutes. I've got time. Alrighty. Here we go. Deep in my bones, stirs through my veins. I hear the voices from long ago. Mothers of old calling my name, singing me secrets I somehow know. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. Sure as the moon pulling the tide, I feel the pull from a distant past. All of my strength comes from inside, claiming the power they gave at last. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. Together we sing loud and long to call on the mothers that bore us here. Pillars of life making us strong, showing us how we can persevere. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. I feel the ties, ancestral bond. I know the women that fought for me. I hear their cries, they are not gone. They are alive in the air I breathe. We are the power in all of their plight, strong as the trees in the forest. We are their legacy, born from their fight, honoring those from before us. Sorry for my child.
Being loud of that. No, this is not Everett. This is Milo. But he was sleeping. He's not supposed to be sleeping, so I brought him over here.
Alright, since the ad's gonna start, we'll stop that one there. My child is a nut. Yeah, Tyson, stop using foul language. That's funny.
Why did you make her a name for carrying it out there? Help me! No, not the channel points. Well, this one.
Yes, yes. In the middle of a online match.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the match with his friend. So I'm gonna be nice and wait till the end.
All right. Is the ad still going?
That's a good question. I don't know. Let's see.
No, there it goes.
Wesley says, got Brandon here because I figured his family would love your stories and singing. Well, good. I hope that you do, Brandon. I hope you enjoy your time here in the tavern with us.
Oh, I'm doing Soldier Poet King, and then Petra requested Savage Daughter.
Now I'm doing all your greatest hits, huh?
The greatest hits.
The ladies' greatest hits.
The decent hits, I suppose.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes 30 left on the end.
All right. Well, who requested Soldier Poet King?
Bethany, maybe? No, Bethany.
No, I just sang Bethany's song.
Yeah. Let's see.
Milu did. And Milu is subscribed, so I can sing it for Milu.
Well, they're not going to be able to see. Well, I guess some of them will, yeah.
This is weirder than I thought you were gonna do it.
This is in Everett, right here. See? There you go. That is Everett. That's our son.
Oh my goodness. Crazies. Alright. Hopefully Milu is present. I know she's working on stuff.
I do believe she is present.
So, Soldier Poet King for
Greatest hit like Johnny
Milu.
singing the Pokey Rock.
There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword. He will tear your city down. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. He will tear your city down. Ole, ole, oh Lord. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will slay you with his tongue. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. He will slay you with his tongue. Ole, ole, oh Lord. There will come a ruler whose brow is laid in thorn, smeared with oil like David's boy. Ole, ole, oh Lord. Ole, 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 oh Lord. Smeared with oil like David's boy. Ole, ole, oh Lord. And then instrumental solo. It's a short one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Am I mistaken in remembering that was based on the writings of C.S. Lewis?
I believe that was the case.
And it's about Jesus, isn't it?
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is. One day, Johnny, one day, maybe. The lady has a very nice singing voice. Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
And now I'm doing Savage Daughter.
How many points is it to see Everett get carried again? Says Kai. You can cash in one of the pets and the point redeems, and I'll go grab them again. But only one. I'm not gonna let you cheat at your game, you guys. You have to play fair.
All right, Petra requested Savage Daughter. So here we go.
Yes. Go ahead and do it.
I am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter. I will not cut my hair. I will not lower my voice. My mother's child is a savage. She looks for her romance in the colors of stones, in the faces of cats, in the falling of feathers, in the dancing of fire, in the curve of old bones. I am my mother's savage daughter, the one who runs.
Sorry.
You're good. Barefoot, cursing sharp stones. I am my mother's savage daughter. I will not cut my hair. I will not lower my voice. My mother's child dances in darkness. She sings heathen songs by the light of the moon, and watches the stars and renames the planets, and dreams she can reach them with a song and a broom. We are all brought forth out of darkness into this world through blood and through pain, and deep in our bones the old songs are waking, so sing them with voices of thunder and rain. We are our mother's savage daughters, the ones who run barefoot, cursing sharp stones. We are our mother's savage daughters. We will not cut our hair. We will not lower our voice. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you, my lady.
Yep.
She says, oh my god, I love your fur babies. Oh, pretty puppy. Yes, he's very handsome. Unfortunately, he's not very bright, and he has no survival instincts, but he is very handsome. None of the ladies' pets, or I guess I should say none of the ladies' children, same thing, have good survival instincts, is what I was going to say. Yeah. He is about as far from a white wolf as he could be in everything except for looks. Okay. This one should be. Does that include me? It does include me, but I am both handsome and brilliant, so I'm the exception to the rule. I am both lovely and intelligent. I am the best of both worlds. I'm the whole package, as it were. Squeeze is very handsome. He's not very smart, and he's old. I mean, he lives. Actually, we don't know how smart Squeeze is because he just lives in his rock all the time.
I had to get him a frozen rat one time, and he didn't enjoy that. But then he put it in the water, and then he grabbed it and held it up to the heat lamp.
Yeah.
So
Wesley says, ego much, John? Never. I am the humblest man that you've ever met. I'm so modest. There's never been a man more modest than me ever to exist. Nomadic Jordan says, is that a North Wales accent? It is not. I have a very unusual Southern Irish accent. Jones. I grew up in Southern Ireland, though I've lived in the US for about 20 years now. I grew up in Southern Ireland with family from Norway. So I have a little bit of that Norwegian in there, and then a little bit of Cork and... Oh, Meek is in now. They're going to start cashing in the show Everett so that they can cheat. All right, I'm going to do one final song because it'll be gentle on my throat, but we're going to do we're going to do I Sit Beside the Fire, which is a poem by Tolkien, but profundis. Are your eyes brown? No, actually, I have very pretty blue eyes. Thank you very much. Do you speak Norse? No, not for a very long time. I did speak Norwegian when I was a young man, and I did speak Welgo when I was young, or at least my family's dialect of Welgo when I was a young man, and I used to speak German as well. Now, ich spreche ein wenig Deutsch, and I speak a little bit of Welga and a little bit of Norwegian, but 25 years of not actively speaking it has led to me being very, very rusty. But the lady has decided that she wants to learn how to speak Welga so that we can take our nuptials properly in the old tongue. So that will be something that we'll be re-exploring together over this next year. Castle is I'm very proud of my modesty. Very proud. My ego is so small people can't even see it sometimes. Oh. And you can tell I'm being totally serious. Yeah, the most modest, but you'll never, if you ever find somebody more modest than me, they're probably lying. Okay, so we're gonna do I Sit Beside the Fire, because this one should be gentle. Yeah, so my pronunciation is actually closer to what old Leinster would have been, but Leinster is not quite the same as Munster or Ulster. I've met Jesus Castle, I don't know. Well, okay, maybe Jesus is more modest than me, but other than him, I sit beside the fire and think of all that I have seen, of meadow flowers and butterflies in summers that have been, of yellow leaves and gossamer in autumns that there were, with morning mist and silver sun and wind upon my hair. I sit beside the fire and think of how the world will be when winter comes without a spring that I shall ever see. For still there are so many things that I have never seen. In every wood, in every spring, there is a different green. I sit beside the fire and think of people long ago, and people who will see a world that I shall never know. But all the while I sit and think of times there were before, and listen for returning feet and voices at the door. And that is I Sit Beside the Fire and Think. And it's a poem by Tolkien, but it's as sung by Calamity Profundis. And yeah, to further answer your question, Jody, yes, my enunciation is very, very rusty because I've lived in California for 20 odd years and I've not actively spoken any other languages other than English since I was about 16 years old. I moved out here at 15 and I kept up speaking until I was about 16, 17 years old, but then there was nobody to talk to. So outside of one German class in university, I virtually never spoke anything other than English. So I'm very rusty with all the languages I used to be able to speak. And I can't confidently do it anymore. And because I used to be able to do it fluently, and now I can't, I get embarrassed when I try, because my tongue is rusty. Ich spreche auch ein bisschen Deutsch. Jag talar dansk and I can sign a bit of ASL. ASL is something that I really wanted to learn when I was a young man, and I just never did. I don't know why I didn't do it, but I never did. You do not know how happy this makes me. It truly means much. A wonderful rendition worthy of Tolkien's lyrics. I'm glad you enjoyed. I was a little bit pitchy there at the end because my throat is raw, but otherwise, I'm glad that I'm glad you enjoyed. You actually calmed my little girl from crying. Well, that is a compliment like none other. Rusty tongue sounds gross. It is gross. It's gross to have to watch too. Det första jag. Yeah, my pronunciation is so bad now. But the lady and I are going back through because she's never been able to speak Gaeilge or German, but she wants to learn how to speak Gaeilge with me. And the version of Gaeilge that I grew up with is not traditional Gaeilge, so it'll be my first time learning what is considered to be academic Gaeilge now. But we're gonna learn. She's going to relearn our family's dialect as well as learn traditional Gaeilge as well, so that we can again take our proper nuptials when we go through our clan marriage, so that we can do it all together. Good night, Jazz. Thank you so much. Much love. I'm so glad that you joined us. Nomadic Jones, thank you for the follow, my friend. You have marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time that you seek a story. Okay, we'll put that back on. I want to learn Welsh. Welsh is such a fun language. I have two uncles who are from Wales, and one who is from Cornwall. And Old Cornish and Welsh are some of the most fascinating versions of Gaelic that there is. Megs, hello, Slasher to you as well. I hope that you are doing well. Told Brandon his kiddo would love you. Well, I am glad that your kiddo does, Brandon. I think I'd be able to learn German if I tried. It seems fairly... German is the easiest of the Germanic languages and Celtic languages to learn. If you learn German, it will help you learn Gaelic languages as well as help you learn other Germanic languages. So if you learn German, which is the easiest of the Germanic languages to learn, it'll help you learn Swedish and Swiss and Norwegian and even Finnish. Bear, my friend, thank you, brother, for the bits. You guys have been far too generous this evening. Thank you to everyone who tipped the tavern keeper tonight. It means the world. You guys are absolutely far too generous with all of us. Thank you kindly. Thank you, Kai, for throwing some bits the way as well. Are you tipping because you want me to go and grab Everett and drag him out here again? Is that what you're doing, Kai? But thank you for the bits. I have German ancestry on my mom's side. Yeah, all of the Scandinavian languages and the outer Scandinavian languages, if you learn German, they will be easier because you'll have a basic understanding of how the pronunciations and the bounciness goes. Bear, thank you so much, and Kai, thank you. I will drag Everett out here one more time before the end of the evening. Thank you for the thank you, Kai. Thank you. I'll go grab Everett and drag him out here one more time. And then we're gonna end up. I will raid you guys out to somebody else over on Twitch, and everybody else it'll be good night. I paid me $1. Sorry, Kai. Everett paid me more to not take him out here, so. See, Matty doesn't. See, Matty doesn't comment Everett. I learned German before I learned Danish. Yeah, it is, and the grammar as well, because German grammar is much easier to understand than Scandinavian grammar, but it'll give you a good entryway. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to learn them super easily, but if you learn German first, it'll make the other ones easier. Aiden's mom gets paid tomorrow. It's okay. You guys are something else. What if Everett ever really, really doesn't want to be brought out? Well, then I will probably get a few bruises as he comes out then. Because he's getting big now. He's only a head shorter than me as it stands. English, but what? And that's why English is. This is the last rant that I'm going to go on. I'm going to end it quickly because I need to rest my voice. But English is such an incredible language. A lot of people make fun of English, but English is such a great universal language because it borrows from so many languages. When you in England you have English, you have Latin, Latin-esque languages, you have Germanic languages, and you have Celtic languages all wrapped into one. And because of that, English is such a universal language for people from the West to learn. Like we have borrowed words from, because French is a Celtic language. French is derivative of Gaelic. Greek is, well, yeah. Greek is what is Greek's origin language from? But yeah, any which way, there are all of these combinations together with these borrowed words, and there's even Arabic words in there. So you have all of these different languages that come together and they have to work together. So it makes it a lot easier for other people to learn English, even though it feels like it's difficult when you're first getting into it. Because of the universality of English, it ends up creating a bridge between people. And it sort of is what brought the world together in a way, which is weird to say because it was a total accident, but because people could communicate so easily using English, it ended up bringing like trade and communication and politics all together into one place. And it's such an odd thing because it is like it's a wreck of a language, but it brought everything together. It was insane. Well, that's something I didn't know. I thought French was one of the Latin languages. French does have Latin in it, but French comes from the Gauls. It's an evolution of the Gauls, and so French is sort of a combination of the Latin that would eventually become Spanish and the Celtic language of the Gauls. But when I use French, you say I've had a stroke. That's true, because when you speak French, it's the same thing as having a stroke. It's the same thing. Cardial-related words come from the Greek cardia, meaning heart. I feel like Japanese is the easiest language for me to pronounce, but the hardest to learn to write. All of the Asian languages are incredibly difficult to write. The easiest one out of them is Korean, but Chinese and Japanese are both incredibly difficult, especially if you get into the nuances in China between Cantonese and Mandarin. It's insane. Greek also has no original outside ancient Greek dialects. There is an ancient lost language that Greek comes from that is outside of Greek. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but there is an ancient like cuneiform. Might be cuneiform. My brain isn't working right now, so I'm probably not remembering that right. But there is an ancient language that Greek was derivative of, or derived from, but it's completely gone. My book is coming in handy, and I'm writing quite a few chapters. Well, good, Joker. I can't wait until it's all done, my friend. First sentence they tried to teach me in Danish was "Dansk et svært sprog." That's a heck of a one to try and pronounce for your first sentence. Interesting. I was watching enough anime at one point. It was beginning. Well, and I think that that's like a lot of people of your generation and the last generation or so probably can really like understand and like say Japanese words better than they can other European words because of how much anime they watch. Okay, all right, guys. I need to rest my voice. We're gonna end here. If you are over on Twitch, we're gonna raid out to show the love. But if you're everywhere else, this is where we will part for today. We will be back again for more of The Hobbit tomorrow on Twitch only. So if you want to be here for the stories and for the giveaways, make sure you get over there. Because Andrew said I need to start Duolingo again. I'm gonna have to start over. Well, it's all right. It's all right to have to start over every now and again. I've definitely missed my 1 hour of writing for today, but this stream was definitely I'm glad that you were with us, Crow. I watched Occupied in the original Norse. That's a heck of a thing. Some do say it's easier to learn a new language by watching and listening. Well, because languages are living things. Like, that's something you have to understand, is it's almost impossible to learn a language from a book. Languages are living things. Like, if you read the books about how to speak Gaeilge, most of them will not reflect how people in Ireland speak Gaeilge. Like, especially old communities that have been speaking it relatively consistently throughout the years, it's not going to be the same. It's the same thing if you try to learn Scottish Gaelic, or if you try to learn Cornish or Welsh. Raids happen. Who are we raiding? Okay, we're gonna raid out to Falcor, friends. Alright, I guess this is where we end. The lady got ahead of me. No, actually, she was behind. She was doing it correctly, and I just started rambling again. Alright, my friends. Much love. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your generosity with your time and your coin. We appreciate you. So until next time, my friends, we will see you all again when we gather here. But until then, stay bloodthirsty, and we will see you next time. Good night.